little surprise. I was just talking to Elaine and she was, oh yeah, that's a good stuff. You're not allowed to pick nothing like that. Please. You're right. Did you?
Because I saw fountain.
Oh, okay. Oh,
And
it was on some.
fountain,
It is
wasn't it?
fountain. It was misspelled on one of the things
And then I
that
thought
Rupert
you
sent
might
around.
be French and it's called fountain.
I like to pretend that I've got that, but no.
Maybe you do the welcome in French.
Maybe. Now you've put the planted the seed. I won't be able to, and I'll be stuck for the whole session, meeting people pretending.
Can you just that's some Wi-Fi? Effectively, once again, on
Wi-Fi is the cloud, and but there isn't a password for it.
We've got everything clicking there.
Does this one work?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're just talking from here, I guess. This is.
We're not talking from here. That's streaming. That's audience. And
It's going. I'm going to show her a bit behind. Okay, good morning, everybody. Okay, hello and welcome to the inaugural Gloucestershire Social Value Week. It's great to see so many people here who recognise that social value is important both for you, for your organisation and for our whole county. This event has been convened and aimed at people from across sectors operating in Gloucestershire. And the invitation list that went out included key people from local commercial businesses, from statutory bodies, and from the voluntary and community sectors. So I'm going to do the first little bit, the hype bit of this, which is some audience participation. Can just with a show of hands, who's here that identifies as coming from a kind of commercial enterprise, a business of some sort? Okay. Who identifies as coming from a sort of a public sector body, a council, the ICB, something? Universities, put in here from Katia, thank you. And who's here from the voluntary sector, from charities? It's a pretty good mix, Rupert. You've done pretty well there. And who here identifies as being a citizen of Gloucestershire? Someone who lives here, who works here, who has a vested interest in this county being the best place possible? Pretty much everyone. Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. And I think that's a really useful visual representation to set the context for today. Social value is something that's important to all sectors of our local economy. We each have something to contribute to and to get out of engaging with social value. And ultimately, social value is about making the place that we live and work the best place it can be. We want to make a county that is thriving, safe, nurturing for all of our citizens. So my name is Rob Fountain. I'm delighted to be one of the co-hosts for the event today, along with the real energy behind why we're all here, which is Rupert, who I'll introduce shortly. To declare my interest in this, I work for the Gloucestershire VCSE Alliance. So I'm proud to raise my hand as part of the contingent that's here from the community and voluntary sector. And as such, I'm keen that today does showcase all that the voluntary sector does to bring social value to our county. I'm often struck that outside of the voluntary sector, the sector's not actually that well known. People have a misconceived view of what the charity sector means. Just to give you a heads up, we are a very significant sector. The Alliance compiles a State of the Sector report every year. We're publishing our latest one soon, and what that will tell you is there are over 4,500 voluntary sector organisations, over 2,000 registered charities, and we have an income in excess of £610 million. We employ something like 7,000 people, and we harness the energy of volunteers in the hundreds of thousands. And everything that we do is by nature of public benefit. During our event today, we'll share more about this huge engine of purposeful social impact. Now, in my personal experience as a charity leader, there were two main ways that social value showed itself. The first was in approaches from businesses who wanted to get involved with local charities as part of their operations to contribute to their corporate social responsibility or indeed demonstrating their social value. And I think that's a really important area for us to explore today. There is much to be gained through partnerships between private and voluntary sector enterprise. The reality, however, all too often looked like businesses offering to send us teams of people to paint our spare rooms. The intention is fine, but if you're not a painting and decorating business, the benefit is somewhat limited, and it doesn't always match where the priorities are for the organisation. So if I can make one appeal for today, it would be to encourage just greater conversation between sectors, to understand what's really needed and what can really be given, and that way we can better support each other to make a contribution. Assumptions about what will be helpful and make a difference can lead to an awful lot of wasted effort and missed opportunity. We need to better understand what we really need rather than guessing. I'm hoping that today encourages us to explore more creatively and more strategically how we can work together for mutual benefit of our people and our county. The second area where social value features for charities is in tendering. Many of those charities that I mentioned in Gloucestershire are also bidding for contracts from the public sector, and in this they encounter the same requirements as every business to demonstrate the social value that they're contributing. Now, it may seem pretty straightforward for a charity to trying to do good without a profit motive to demonstrate its social value. However, the reality is many local charities score terribly on social value. Now, that could, to my eyes, be down to two different reasons. It may be that voluntary sector organisations are just not very good at demonstrating and talking about their social value. There is an assumption, that dangerous word again, that of course we're doing good and of course that will be recognised. I'm hoping that today helps the voluntary sector contingent here to think differently about how we describe and explain the social value that we're doing and don't just assume that everyone understands it. But it may also be that the process of assessing social value is failing to recognise and reward the true value that local voluntary sector organisations are able to make. I read a recent report that highlighted that implementing social value in procurement all too often is thought of as an add-on. It's not core to delivery, and that social value commitments that are made in tender bids are in no way strategic, are in no way long-term, but just about what you think you can get away with. To paraphrase the report, larger suppliers are simply better at playing the game than smaller ones. They make measurable promises and then they fail to actually deliver it. Sorry, let me lose my place. And so an event like today is absolutely crucial for us pulling our sectors together and demonstrating how social value isn't just a technical exercise. This is actually about us thinking about a positive driver for change in our county, that this is not just the domain of tender writers, but it is for all of us to think about the place we want to live and how we all can make a contribution to that. And we're fortunate today to have some phenomenal speakers to help us with all of this. We have got, I've got my slides, some phenomenal speakers from all sectors. We will hear from an academic perspective, we'll showcase what the local voluntary sector is doing, we'll hear from local and international business leaders, and we'll hear from public sector commissioning experts too. It's a great lineup, and I hope that you can take something from it and apply it to your own specific organisation and context. And collectively, we can see greater social value for all in our county. A couple of bits of housekeeping. We are recording today, so if you don't want to be recorded, then in some way show yourself, and we will try and edit you out. But we have got this great streaming going on so that lots of people who can't be in the room today can still benefit. But if you don't want to be filmed, let us know. The other bit is to say that the Wi-Fi is the cloud. So if you're looking for Wi-Fi, it's the cloud. There is no password. But it's my great pleasure now to hand over to the catalyst for today, a man who I anticipate put his hand up representing all three sectors when I was asking that. And he manages to do all of that whilst retaining his youthful appearance. Rupert.
Thanks, Rob. That was really good. Actually, as a co-host, I couldn't have chosen better because clearly I haven't prepared half as much as what Rob's done. And I love this photograph. I always put it on because it's a bit of a hearts and minds win photograph, isn't it? So this is me at 12 years old. Absolutely hated it when it was taken and hated it for years. And now I absolutely love it because I'm further along the journey and it reminds me of youthful times. So, yeah. So Gloucestershire Social Value Week. A lot's happened to get to this point. So about 10 years ago, 2015, we started here at the University of Gloucestershire with the Social Impact Network. But it wasn't social value at the time. It was more around CSR and more around us doing good for the community. But there was no kind of penalty if you didn't. And over the years, we've been filling that gap with lots of events. So we've done some CSR events, we've done some other value events, and none of them, I may say, has been this well attended and from such a cross-sector. So we now know that social value is really impactful, it's creeping in, it's not just a nice to have as it used to be, it's starting to mean something. And I love the carrot and the stick piece, because hopefully you'll be, it'll be the carrot while you're here and not the stick. And as you'll hear from some of my speakers later on, the stick is coming, so we need to prepare. So what is social value? It's a question I get asked quite a bit, and actually going through this process of building this data. So what is social value, Rupert? I'm like, well, it's exactly what it says on the tin, isn't it? We are adding value socially. But it's all about people. Everything we do is about people. Saving the environment's about people. Better wages, better working environments, better communities, better society. It's all about people. And social value is all about people. If that's our starting point, we will get there really easily. It's all about people. It's a conscious effort from each of us to be concerned about each other. Someone said the other day, but your social value is just the fluffy stuff, isn't it? It's not real, it's like the fluffy stuff. Like, yeah, it might be the fluffy stuff, but it's the fluffy stuff that delivers real impact. It's the fluffy stuff that probably could take care of you in your old age, That social sector that are here today, they do a lot of the fluffy stuff, but I can tell you the outcomes are absolutely real. And one day you may want to rely on that fluffy stuff to make your life an awful lot better. So, yeah, it might be the fluffy stuff, but I couldn't imagine how that, that fluffy stuff is making a real difference every day, each of our lives. So, purpose of Gloucester Social Value Week. So I've been to quite a few events over the years, and it was really good. And it started off, I was at an ESG event last year, and I was really inspired. And I thought, actually, we should bring this to Gloucester. This is really good. I think the county could really benefit from that. So I started off thinking we'll do an ESG event. And then I thought, no, actually, we won't do an ESG event. That's just a day. We need something a little bit bigger than that. So I thought, actually, we'll do Gloucester Social Value. And actually, what we want to do is to create a platform, a voice for all of us to be able to share our stories, which is incredibly important, and tell them and inspire each other and help us to move forward. Inspire others to start to continue their social impact. Now, lots of people, and I'm speaking to an echo chamber here, are doing it. So you've started that. But lots of people don't know where to start. They hear the word social value and they think, oh, that's really too much effort. What is that? And actually, they don't know that they're probably doing something more than they are today. So let's start and continue their social impact. Time to remind ourselves, and that's really important, especially when you're in the coalface and delivering that on day-to-day. Sometimes you forget that actually we are delivering impact. Our social value is such that, that we're in it all the time. And it's hard to say that actually we're doing that because you probably get bogged down with the details sometimes. It's opportunity to engage with your stakeholders. And that's never more important than it is now. Stakeholders, and I mean all stakeholders, whether that be your board, your customers, your supply chain, they are asking, what's your social value? And Gloucester Social Value Week is an opportunity to engage with those stakeholders. And be part of something bigger. We all want to be part of something bigger. I heard that when I was a child. I was like, no, I don't want to be just part of me. I don't want to be part of something bigger. But actually, it's important, isn't it, to be part of something bigger. It gives us purpose. So anybody that knows me and listened to me for any length of time will know that I absolutely bang on about SDGs. And I really like SDGs because they're really quite simple. They're quite directive. They help us to frame what we need to be doing. So when we talk about social value and we're like, actually, I don't know where to start. Well, this is a really good place to start. I've had this conversation with a few organisations and they've adopted SDGs, Jeffrey, in their organisation, and it's made a difference, hasn't it? Yeah, sorry, yeah, that question aimed at you. We had a conversation about SDGs, didn't we? Yeah. So these work. You can't do them all. So if you look at somebody like Next, for instance, they do 9 of these. So they've moved, so they used to be CSR focused, and they've said, actually, do you know what? We're going to move into SDGs. And so they've collapsed what they do into 9. We can't do them all, but we can do at least 1 or 2. This helps you have the bigger conversation with your stakeholders. These SDGs are really important. So, call to action. You've all got one of these, hopefully, that you picked up at reception. And on the back, it has all our details, so where you can link in and hashtag and this website and LinkedIn. So my call to action for you today is, when you leave here, is to start sharing some of those stories as an organisation, as an individual, and then support the Gloucester Social Value Week. And I know there's things coming up. Thank you very much for your blog. You've started that. We'll get on to put that. Chris is blogging every day. Thank you very much, Chris. He's doing some work. I know there'll be some stuff coming out from the NHS. There'll be some stuff coming out from us over the week. 30 Percy, I know I'm holding on to something for you that we're going to put out through the week. So we start seeing a lot of traffic across the website. But my call to action for you today is just to add something on there. And it doesn't have to be about, actually, I was here today, well, so that would be really quite nice. But also, I think really is really important is about the story that you want to tell about the social value that your organisation's doing, and how we then inspire others to do the same. And that's me. Thank you very much for listening. So next, I'm going to introduce you to our keynote speaker. Katia, I've known for a couple of years, 2 years, and I'm really, really honoured to have her speak here today. So Katia, a little bit about Katia. Professor of Gender and Leadership. She said to me, don't go through all of these, Rupert. but I said, well, people need to know what the value that they're listening to in the room. So expertise in social aspects. She's published. She's also, I don't know where she finds the time, Executive Dean in Partnerships and Head of the School of Business and Computing and Social Sciences here at the University of Gloucestershire. Non-exec Gloucestershire for the Healthcare Foundation Trust, and a founding fellow of the Warwick Higher Education Academy. And not forgetting, chair of the International Board of the Amsterdam University College. So I know, yeah, right, yeah, I saw the face go, really, yeah. So you were listening to her today, and that's fantastic. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Katia to you.
Good morning. I was told I have to stay still because of the filming and make sure I speak into a microphone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this, Rupert. Welcome to the University of Gloucestershire. This is a beautiful business school. This is the Oxtalls campus, and this is a place and a space where social value thrive. And today in my talk, I don't have any slides, by the way. Maybe I should also get rid of all this. Just gonna do this for today. I don't have slides on purpose because I want you to imagine some of the stuff I'm going to say, and then I will share my slides on the blog. This is a space where social value thrives. Universities are set up as loci of social value. We live, we breathe social value every day. Today in my talk, I want to reflect a little bit on how universities can do even more in these turbulent times to assuage public fear and to reconnect everyone to the purpose of our existence. We're so lucky in the UK that predominantly universities are public universities. It depends where you look. 8 private universities, sometimes they say 5, there are very few. We don't have gates. Our doors are open, our campuses are open, especially the University of Gloucestershire. We have a footpath. People walk their dogs, and they come to the cafe, and they talk to our students, and then I invite them into a lecture. This is the kind of space that we have always offered. So today I want to lower the mood, then raise the mood, because we are living in turbulent times. And I might refer to the Gothic once in a while, because this is how it feels nowadays, but then it'll all get better with collaboration. So I'm sure you've noticed outside we've got some posters. They are digital posters. We don't do the paper ones anymore. We are a sustainable university. I used to like the paper ones, but never mind. Those posters are showcasing only a few of the projects that we are currently engaged in at the university. This is not a privileged space. It is not an elite space. It's a space where big questions that we're facing in society are being debated, and we need the input of our stakeholders to make these spaces happen. One of the exhibition items you'll see outside is a fabric display. My colleague, Sabina, collected stories from Polish immigrants in Gloucester, and they weaved them into a big display. Have a look at it. This links to a bigger question around social value and how spaces can be both hybrid, international, and local. Tomorrow evening, there is a panel discussion on our Park campus, beautiful campus, by our academics talking about how the work that we do adds to social value. I hope if you're local and you're around, you can join us. I'll tell you more about it at the end. But let's focus on my main topic for the day. What role can universities play in assuaging public relationship with all the nonsense that's happening around us? Now, there was in 2022, 3 years ago is a very different time than today, you wouldn't believe it. In 2022, there was a big publication by Ipsos, and it sought global opinions and expectations about artificial intelligence. And that publication is available widely to read. And they asked people from different countries in the world about their relationship with AI and where they think AI will be most impactful in their lives. They also asked them questions about their relationship to AI. I'm talking specifically about social value and AI because I put to you today that AI is most probably the greatest disruptor of our lives. And in the feedback we got from Ipsos, we know that globally, except for Colombia, where they seem to be very comfortable with AI, and there's an explanation for that, globally, the mood is one of skepticism and fear. The tone of the way in which people approach their relationship to AI is that it is disruptive, it's going to come in, spy on us, it will add regulation, we don't know how it works, we don't know how to deal with it, and unless you have trained yourself in all aspects of cybersecurity, you most probably think that everybody is spying on you. And it's probably true if you're not careful. AI could be, I don't want to say is, because there are other disruptors in our lives, but it could be the most significant disruptor of our lives. Our own identities are being shaped by AI. It is now possible for a lecturer to deliver a full lecture with an avatar. So they put on the avatar, students are at home, they never see your face, and you can still deliver this. Is there social value in this? Is there social value in us not being in a room, smelling the room together, feeling the warmth and the cold together? Is there social value in this? What is the value we get from it? AI is an enabler for sure, but we're not yet at the stage where the social impact of it can be characterized as positive, as unequivocally positive. And so universities love challenge, complexity, disruption, difficulty. That's what we exist for. And we love to tackle what-if moments. We love the complications that AI brings us. Because if we're thinking about SDGs, AI can disrupt all the efforts that we used to think are helpful for SDGs. AI can help us be more sustainable because we don't need to travel. We can do things remotely. AI can help us by proposing solutions to water shortages, energy shortages. Let's not think about gender. AI is gender neutral. You never ask yourself, if there's a task to be done and AI can do it, is it addressing inequalities? What is the race of AI? What's the age of AI? It is neutral. But is it? Universities can unpack these complicated questions because thanks to the work that we do, we ask questions about who's designed the algorithm. Where's AI drawing its information from? When it suggests a solution, whose worldview is it drawing on to suggest a solution? We can complicate a seemingly simple solution for the public good in order to create more social value from AI itself. At the moment, most of the AI solutions that we get have been written in affluent research labs. I'm not going to say that they are Western and white-centered because many of those labs are multicultural. But the ethics, the morals, the social value principles that they underpin are hardly representative of the global minority, hardly representative. So we can come in on this. We love this conundrum. We can come in on this and say, there are ways in which we can make AI more discerning. We can get more social value from it because it will no longer give us one solution to a complex problem. We want to get to a point where an AI solution is nuanced and is representative of the context in which it is posed. You ask a question about how do we create, how do we bridge the gap in attainment in a school in Zimbabwe? And how do we bridge the gap in attainment in a school in Egypt, and a school in Lagos, a school in Gloucestershire? Surely these require different answers. Surely, but at the moment, AI doesn't have the capability to do that. And all of us in the room can play a role in creating this nuance that is much needed so that AI can bring us even more social value. There was a famous article that feminist scholars keep quoting, and the title of it was, "Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf?" And it was trying, in the 90s, to rethink, is feminism going to disrupt everything, make men insignificant, destroy the family, and make sure we never hire a man again? Of course not. There were other scary articles that humanity has faced. For example, I don't know if you remember, in 2012, the BBC loved this story about how someone who had a smart fridge, the fridge was hacked by hackers because they were having fun with it. And then, as a result of these, the smart fridges, they can be pretty clever, if that's what you want to say. They can reorder your groceries. They can tell you you've only got 2 milliliters of milk in your cupboard. They can help you. But in 2012, because they hacked into this smart fridge, the fridge started sending out spam emails. And it also connected on its network to all the smart fridges around it. So in the end, 10,000 smart devices were hacked and 100,000 fun spam, seemingly innocent emails were sent. At this point, everyone was terrified, saying, "I have a spy in the house." Don't really have a spy, it's just your network wasn't secure. All that was needed, and it's not a criticism, it's a helpful critique of the BBC article. Instead of the sensationalist headline and asking questions, is humanity doomed? Because that was the cover of a Time magazine. Humanity is doomed, all in red, AI's coming in. Instead of that, well, let's critique it. Let's go back to these companies and say, well, when you install the fridge, teach us how to make ourselves secure. Universities love these conundrums, and we are working with industry. We are working with the health sector. We're working with the police. Today, there is research that's been commissioned and is happening with our local Gloucestershire NHS, both Cheltenham and Gloucester, because I know there's a difference. We are working on research that's been commissioned by the police. We're working with the voluntary sector. We're working with all sectors to come in and have these helpful conversations about us living alongside AI. But we need to have a friendly human-machine relationship so that the machine serves our purposes, so that the AI solutions are tailored to the complex, multidisciplinary, multicultural, intersectional world in which we live. And maybe on another day, I would love to invite you here and we have a long, complicated conversation about intersectionality. Because each one of us in this room requires a different input from AI. Let's leverage the capacity of AI to target each and one of us where we need it. So I'm just the first speaker in a long lineup of very prestigious people who have very targeted messages for you. But the reason I'm standing here today is because with all the news stories about universities closing programs, making people redundant, there's no money coming in to support us. International students who were one of the lifeblood of our universities are now forbidden from setting foot here. We are struggling, and if you were to look up stories about universities, you would think higher education in England is decimated. It's very sad. They're closing campuses. It's not true. We're shrinking, for sure. But intellectually, we're growing and we're thriving. And it costs no money at all to open the doors to each and every one of you, to bring us problems, to engage us in your individual business needs, voluntary sector. We are motivated by social value. So what I hope you'll take away from the message today is that although we might be living in Gothic times, and it's a statement that Angela Carter made, back in the 1970s, reflecting back on how awful things were. Things are always awful. And it's always possible to tease out fear, reluctance, doom and gloom. Despite all this, please take a moment in your individual capacities and ask the question, what if I approached the university? What great things can happen together? We thrive on social value. We are the locus of social value. If anything, it's because we train young minds, middle-aged minds, older minds, all minds. We train ourselves every day to do better. And I hope that after today, many of you will come back to the cafe, meet with myself, with my colleagues, and say, here's a provocation for you. What can you do with it? And I promise you the outcome will be innovation, it'll be positive, and it will make sense to whatever context you bring to us. Thank you, Rupert, for putting this together. I hope this will open the door to many more events such as this one, events where I can bring out numerous of my colleagues and they'll say, I'm working on cybersecurity, this is how it impacts your life. I'm working with prisoners, this is how this impacts your life, etc. Thank you very much for your time. This is going to be a great event, and I hope to see you during the break.
Does anyone have a question for Cathy? I did put a little bit of time in there for some questions, Cathy. You're going to have to shout, though.
Yes.
So I've loved your opening remarks there, that's really good. As you brought up AI, so obviously when you talk about social value, you touched on the fact that it's about human experience, it's about human interaction, about being in the room. We're already seeing examples where AI is then perhaps dissuading young people from wanting to engage in human interaction, they're losing the confidence because they think technology is going to be their answer. I guess, where do you see the optimistic, positive element of how we kind of harness AI, but don't lose that face-to-face interaction, don't lose the ability to get people to engage, and more importantly, I think it's that younger generation that is living and breathing the era of AI and technology. That's perhaps my biggest concern. How do you see that opportunity? What kind of research are you guys seeing and doing that sees more optimism than what I'm seeing?
Thank you very much. It was an excellent question. So I'm just going to make an assumption that many of you here went to school at a time where we didn't have calculators, or we weren't allowed them. And then there was the advent of the calculator, and then the advent of the scientific calculator. So that was a big issue in geometry, like what are you going to do? And then the computer came in. I think the fear is justified. There is always a fear that something that takes away your own individual ability to think and interact with the people around you is going to be bad for you. And the same with the calculator. It was a revolution when I was in a very strict school. We were told this exam, no calc. I know they still do them now, but it's on a lower scale. But what happens when you actually have a calculator? You work faster and you focus on the context of the problem and you generate quicker answers, more accurate answers. It's the same with every intervention that disrupts a status quo. We're terrified it may rob us of our humanity. It may stop us interacting with others. I think because we still are so scared of AI, we're thinking it's going to rob children of their childhood. In 1993, I was training to become a teacher while I was doing my undergraduate degree. And we had this speaker, I was in the US, we had this speaker who came and gave an entire talk about how television is going to ruin children, and we must not purchase a television. 1993, shouldn't have it, children shouldn't watch television. Now we call it screen time, right, on the iPad. But then, in other countries, including the UK, they were experimenting with education programs on TV. And I was in Sudan recently, I was all over the world, where they still rely on TV for education. So I think it just takes us a while as human beings to leverage and harness the power of something to make our lives better. At this university, like at other universities, we're not scared of ChatGPT. We really aren't. Instead, we're thinking, well, if ChatGPT can give you a preliminary answer, and we've already told you the answers are drawn from algorithms that present a particular worldview, then as a student, you're now asking yourself a question. This is what ChatGPT is suggesting. What else is there? Can I critique it? So I think the next step to respond to your question is to educate young people about the power of the device that they have. Of course, pornography has always existed, always. In Victorian times, we've all seen the sketches. You know, they used to distribute them on black and white hand-drawn cardboards. Things that demoralize us, things that challenge our ethics have always existed. But we have to exercise our intelligence and our critical abilities to have a position vis-à-vis these nefarious influences. And that's the next step. So the next step is not for schools to ban the use of phones. Come on. You can't drink alcohol when you're 14. All you want when you're 18 is a glass of, I don't know, beer or wine. Banning doesn't work. And saying to children, you can only use the iPad for 3 hours, that's all they're looking forward to all day long. Is it the 3 hours yet? Is it my time on the iPad? I think what we need to do is stop being scared and start engaging with this very powerful intervention that can connect people across the world and provide multi-perspective conversations. So I am not scared. I'm very optimistic because I believe that human beings are capable of innovation and critical thinking from the age of, let's say, 2, because 2 is when you start asking why, but why, but why. I think at that point is where we have to say this is now part of our life, just like the calculator is, and just like the TV is, and build a positive dialogue around it. It's not going away, and it can become your best friend. I wonder how you feel in the room. We cannot continue being scared and out of fear ban it, or tell young people when you're at school, the phone has to stay at home. Now, all they're thinking about is at the end of the day, I've got to go and check TikTok or whatever it is, some silly person doing something silly. That's okay, but we have to have the conversation that says, over and above this, how can I help you use the phone for something that is productive? Instead of doing silly things and filming yourself being unreasonable and posting it to your followers, how else can you have a profile? How else can you engage people and reach out and do something positive? I know it is possible. I have immense optimism in the capacity of humans to tame machines to serve their purposes. I really, truly believe that. And history supports me on this. Was that okay?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought that was excellent. The question I have, artificial intelligence, at the moment it's quite narrow. It's like voice recognition, face recognition, picture manipulation. So the step then from artificial intelligence to artificial super intelligence, where the machines speak for themselves, think for themselves, and then the step beyond that to artificial general intelligence, where actually the machines then compete with us to be top of the tree, is a very real possibility. And the bit they don't know anything about is how quick that change from super intelligence to general intelligence will be. So do you feel it's necessary that we should be regulating the industry now to get more controls so that the ethics and the values that are currently built into the algorithms aren't too narrow that ultimately they become damaging to society?
Yes, and thank you for saying that, 100%. In 1950, Alan Turing published his famous articles, Can Machines Think? And then he looked back at Ada Lovelace's work. And then he looked forward, and then he said, that is the wrong question. The question is not, can machines think? The question is, what do we want machines to think about? We go back to this genius person who really understood artificial intelligence, because that's really where it originates. Yes, we need to regulate it because we need our societies to embrace the powerful capabilities of AI. You know, crunching data in no time at all and highlighting to you where the next flood might happen, highlighting to you where the next famine might happen. That's really valuable. Yes, we need to regulate it. So I know I'm talking a lot about the university, but I love this place. At this university, we are working with Nextdoor, our colleagues in GCHQ. We're working with the National Cybersecurity Center. We are currently looking at ways in which we can present to the government a cyber charter. And we're looking at what that would look like and how voluntary organizations, private service, public service, can subscribe to a charter, a code of conduct, but that is also supported by the government so that we can regulate access to AI, but also international interference in our business. Like, I am aware of the dangers, right? I get it. And I'm aware of the hostility that's currently happening geopolitically. I get that. But yes, we can regulate. We must make ourselves safer. We must become more resilient. But we can only do this if we let go of the fear and just come at this with an amazing opportunity. Regulation, yes, 100%. And we're on it. There are lots of reports that, well, the previous government, I understand politics, but good things come out of every government. The previous government had commissioned a huge review of cybersecurity in the country, and there were clear recommendations of where we can go. So I am hoping that at some point there will be time to explore those avenues to regulate cyberspace, make us more resilient, but also allow us to grow and become more efficient in the way in which we manage everyday life. Is that okay? Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
I'd love to continue the conversation outside. Thank you.
If I can invite our guests down for what was billed as a fireside chat. I'm thinking, Rupert, that you thought that this was going to be a freezing cold April. This is maybe a barbecue chat that we're going to have. But if I can invite Reyaz, Leah, Elaine and Malachi to come down, that would be really helpful. Come and sit on the uncomfortable seats at the front. That would be brilliant. Choose a seat. It's a little bit blind date, but we'll go with it. Okay. So I'm gonna start off by praising Rupert a little bit, and then I'm going to give him a telling off as well. So I'm really grateful that we've got this chance in this section that Rupert gave the great title, Purposeful Social Impact, which I think is a great way of looking at the chance that we can explore what our voluntary sector is able to do, because it sums it up really well. What voluntary sector does is purposeful social impact. That's in our DNA. What it's not, and what I'm hoping to give our panel a chance to talk about, is the fluffy stuff. And I think if we start from a perspective of thinking that charity is the nice little stuff that happens over there, then we miss the real opportunity of social value. Because social value recognises that what my colleagues here and other charity and community sector organisations are doing is working with communities on the very essence of being human, on the very essence of being citizens, on the very essence of making our county the best it can be. And what I'm really pleased is we've got this little opportunity to hear from people who are living and doing and breathing, trying to make this the best county it's possible to be, what that really looks like, and to explore, well, what might some of those partnerships be that can make sure that we get even more out of these opportunities. But rather than me introduce our guests, I'm going to give them a chance to introduce themselves. And so I'm going to ask you each in turn. I'm trying to decide whether or not I go up and down or whether or not I mix it up a bit. I'll see how it goes. I'd just really like if you could just introduce yourselves to us and tell us briefly what it is that your organisation is doing that makes Gloucestershire a better place. So who wants to go first? Malachi, have you got you got the thing? You can go first. Go on, mate.
Yeah, great. Hi everyone. I'm the CEO of Music Works, Malachi Patterson. So the core root of what the Music Works does, it supports young people and transforms their lives through music and using music as a tool to engage with them at the very first stage of their life. And that's right from first access through to talent development. And we focus on young people in challenging circumstances and those that's underrepresented in the creative industries. And when I say about first access through to talent development, that could be the first time we meet a young person in their own community where music just might be an interest of theirs. It doesn't mean they have to play a musical instrument. And we know through research, that we did a piece of research in Gloucestershire about 3 years ago where we found 90% of young people said that music was the most important thing in their life. And actually, even if it's a starting point for us to engage with those young people, to understand where they're at, before we then starting to have any really transformational change when we're working with them through mentoring sessions. And that's right the way through then to talent development. So if a young person then decides, actually, I want to engage in music and I see a career opportunity out of this, we can support them through that process as well. One of the things I would like to mention is I don't think we could do it successfully without our partners. I think when we look at our local partners like the NHS, ICB, Youth Justice, it's so important having them on board, not only just referral opportunities, but so the young person is supported holistically. And that's right the way through in terms of our industry partners as well. So in Gloucestershire, if a young person is interested in an opportunity in the creative industries and for a career pathway, actually aspirations are quite low because they've never seen it before. It might not be possible. They may be told by their school teachers, it's not realistic, go find another job. So actually our industry partners as well on a national level play a significant role in being able to partner with us and provide career pathways as well.
Brilliant, thank you. Let's pass it down. Go on, let's get it to no, let's go Cordell. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, cheers, Rob. Hi, good morning. Thank you for putting this on. Really, privileged to also be sat here presenting. Quite bad imposter syndrome most of the time. Cordell Ray, I'm Chief Exec of Caring for Communities and People, CCP. I've worked for the charity for 26 years. I've been privileged to lead it for probably nearly 20 of those. Our mission is to prevent the causes and reduce the impact of homelessness, family breakdown and the wider social exclusion, which is what we all see in the jobs that we do. Importantly, we want to prevent where we can, but realistically, we can't prevent homelessness. Not immediately, we can't prevent family breakdown or the wider social exclusion. So acknowledging that that's a really, really hard thing to do, we put a lot of effort into reducing the impact of that. In the last financial year, we worked with 9,926 individuals, about 50% of that here in Gloucestershire. And we do that through three main pillars: accommodation-based services, where we provide accommodation and support to homeless people with our emphasis to help them to become independent and move on and be as successful as they can be as adults in the community. We provide community-based support, which essentially is the same as accommodation-based support, but it's where people are in their own home, and our focus is to prevent them losing that home, being evicted, and then having to go through the very difficult journey of becoming homeless. But all of that is very downstream. We have a real passion around early help family support. Most primary school teachers, I've been a governor for many decades, most primary school teachers know the children in their classrooms that are struggling and are likely to become a homeless statistic or likely to become an adult that struggles in their life throughout their life. And so where we can provide early help family support to prevent families from escalating through social care, then that is a real heartbeat for us. And we employ 300 individuals. We have about 100 volunteers. And is that enough for now? Because We've got loads more to say.
Yeah,
I don't want to jump the gun. I will just say on a personal level, when I was a young man growing up, a boy and a young man growing up, I took a lot of time out of the public state through the criminal justice system. And when I finally grew up, hit the age of 23, 24, I decided at that point that I would always give back to to society through, in addition to working. And so for several decades, I have been trustee of various different organisations. And I do believe that, I think, Rupert, you called social value as a conscious thing. I think it is a conscious thing. I also think it's a self-discipline. And that actually, if we all embrace social value through our own motivation, then the collective will do so much more.
Brilliant. Thank you, Cordell. Leah.
Thank you. Hold it here. Hi, I'm Leah Traherne and I'm representing 30 Percy Foundation. We're a national foundation based in London, but for the last just over 5 years we've had a focus on Gloucestershire. And within that time we've invested just under £6 million here over 5 years. Our focus previously has been, so we started out looking at youth work and climate work. So our main mission for 30 Percy is a just transition and what systemic changes we can help influence through our grant giving. We had a focus on food and farming, particularly in climate resilience. But for the last couple of years, we've really honed our focus in Gloucestershire on our climate work, specifically in the Forest of Dean, where I'm from. You might tell from my accent, especially when I'm saying my R's. And we are working around racial justice and working with change makers in the county. One of the questions that we ask ourselves is what voices are being heard and which voices are not, and how can we help change that? And that's one of our main drivers.
Perfect. Brilliant. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you ever so much. Elaine,
Okay.
please.
Hi, I'm Elaine. I'm the Executive Director at Gloucestershire Night Stop. Thank you, Rupert, for inviting us to be part of the panel. Young homeless people, we concentrate on 16 to 25-year-olds. So we're very much into early intervention and prevention. You know, why shouldn't we put our efforts in when young people are 16 to 25 and not wait until they're 40? It's kind of where we start from. We're very much into value and community work. Our major priority service is an emergency service, so when young people become homeless, we provide them with safe nights. And we couldn't do this without community involvement. These nights are provided by volunteer hosts in their own homes across the county. And then on top of that, we then work with the young people in a variety of ways. We have day stop as well as night stop. So within the day stop provision, we work around training, support, education, helping young people to find somewhere sustainable, affordable, that then allows them to think about what they want to do with their lives. If you don't have somewhere safe and affordable to live, you aren't going to get to those next stages. So it's really, really crucial. And actually putting that effort in at that point, I think we should be doing a lot more. The major cause of youth homelessness is family breakdown. And so concentrating that work on supporting families. For instance, we're just about to start a new project with Tewkesbury Borough Council where we'll be putting in family mediation work around young people at the point when they're starting to have those difficulties that could mean they become homeless. So I think in summary, our value is trying to make sure that young people receive help for as long as they need it, that kind of hold in their hands, but more if they need more, because it's not just about homelessness, it's about mental health, physical health, and all those sorts of things as well.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much, Elaine. And Reyes.
Hi there. So my name is Riaz from Fairshares. I'm a time broker for Fairshares, and I'll explain a bit about that in a second. I'm also trustee for Friendship Cafe, another local community organisation, and trustee for Barnwood Trust, big funder and agent for social change for people with disabilities and mental health conditions. And I'm quite lucky because I get to see the benefits of community work from different angles, or I'm really unlucky that I have to deal with the problems of community work from different angles. With the time bank, what we're trying to do is create a system where people come together in a reciprocal manner, where people offer their time to help other people but can get help in return. And really it's shifting that concept that volunteering is charity one person does to another, but to say that actually, no, for a healthy community, we all need to be kind of working together, sharing our own skills, looking at the strengths that we have rather than just looking at the needs that we might have. And when I think about kind of social value, I think of it as, like, we need to be part of a society that people support us. We need that for survival, but actually to really thrive, we need to be part of a society where we're contributing, we're supporting other people, we're sharing what we have. And I think that's the bit where that's what we're trying to do with the Time Bank, where we're creating a space where people come together, get to know people, make friends, and it's not about, I've come with a problem. It's about, I've come to be part of something. So we don't talk about it as volunteering, we talk about it as participation. And it's that understanding that we've all got complementary skills. And, it's the stuff that you were talking about, the soft stuff. We're all about the soft stuff. It's the really minor, basic stuff. Just coming to a lunch group, sitting next to somebody, smiling at them, talking to them. That's the foundation of everything that we're trying to do. And I've been there for 23 odd years. So I see those starting points, but I can see the profound changes that it also makes in people's lives. And I think for us, the difference is that we're not providing a service, we're not delivering anything, we're providing a space and an opportunity for people to come and take part. And it's through their own contributions we see the biggest changes.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. So we've kind of heard there, we've got kind of interface with criminal justice, we've got giving young people aspiration and a sense that they can achieve, we've got homelessness, family breakdown, climate change, system change, racial justice, safe nights for children at risk, building community cohesion. This is the fundamental stuff of making a place that we all want to live, a place we all want to be, a place that's a safety net when we're in trouble, but is also building the kind of future that we want for ourselves and for our neighbours. So it all sounds great. The voluntary sector is doing lots of wonderful, brilliant stuff. But my challenge then will be to our panel, so are you actually contributing to social value then? And if so, how do you know it? How do you know if you're actually making this difference? Or are you just well-intentioned people that are very busy in other people's lives? Who'd like to say something?
I'm happy to start.
Go, Gordon.
We did get these questions yesterday, so we have had a little bit of a heads up. Just share that with you. Thanks, Rupert. In terms of generating social value, and I'm sure we will all be the same, we ask the people that we support, how are we doing? Is your life better as a result of our intervention? And, are the services that we provide the right services, and are they moving you into a better tomorrow? I talk much about better tomorrows, because I think that's kind of what we're in the business of, creating better tomorrows. Almost, without exception, the vast majority of service users will say, yeah, my life is better as a result of. So you could kind of say that's social value. In the last 6 years, CCP has brought £1 million into Gloucestershire from National Lottery to provide early help family support, and the 617 families within there that didn't step up into level 3 and we helped to step down into universal services, I'm sure would say that they are in a much better place. We've just put our first pod down on the ground. It's an additional housing option for councils. We're starting in Cheltenham, and the individual that's now living in that pod temporarily, I'm sure is in a better space. But the money from that came from our relationship with the business community. The last 4 sleep outs we've done, we had a break around COVID. We've raised over £250,000. And that's raised from the business community who believe in what CCP do, believe in the gaps that we suggest through our partnerships that exist, and are willing to engage with us in order to raise the funds so that we can begin to plug gaps. We won't get into cosplaying around sleep outs. That's another debate, but one that's quite lively. We've got our hamper scamper every Christmas. This year, 2,869 hampers valued at £57,000, 1,800 plus children's gifts at £54,000. It's all donated by the business community. I think for me, the social value is where a company, through its B Corp or its environmental, social and governance policy, can engage with an organisation that it feels it aligns to, and it creates that conversation amongst the employees, both the charity employees and the business employees, which then can create a much longer term partnership, collaboration, and enduring social value within, you know, for the purposes of here within Gloucestershire.
I suppose I'm next then after that.
I looked at Malachi, so I elected him to be next.
You can sort yourselves out now.
It's interesting, that question, because I suppose about 3 months ago, Rupert invited me for dinner and we were having a chat, and he said, then, how are you contributing to social value? And I was like, well, I couldn't answer it at that time, and it really made me go away and think. And actually, the first thing I did was speak to our monitoring and evaluation person and said, just give me some data. Like, I really want to see some hardcore data of like the impact, the wider impact that we're having. And it was quite interesting because obviously a lot of it that came up was very quantitative. So, you know, first of all, she demonstrated around kind of like, you know, we have a 76% success rate of reduction of reoffending, working with the Youth Justice Service, compared to the national average of 33%, which is obviously a massive cost saving to the youth justice system. There was a 70% increase that we've seen supporting young people back into employment and training. There was 76 hours of providing respite for 52 families. There was just loads of quantitative stats, which is just actually, when I looked at it, I was like, actually our organisation is actually incredible what we did. But then there was those qualitative measures that sometimes we are unable to measure. And I love telling kind of case studies and stories, because this is one close to my heart. So we had a young person that originally joined our organisation just in the open access programme. Then she moved on to our talent development programme. And she was very anxious, she wasn't very confident. But, and this goes back to kind of like AI and technology now. So she put one of her songs on TikTok and it went viral and it blew up. And she was working with us for about 3 years during that period. And all the major labels coming to reach out. She had Sony, Universal, Warner, all coming to Gloucester to have meetings with her, which was incredible. And normally the progression, you know, I know it's very hard to retain young people in the city or the county when I suppose there's massive opportunities, national opportunities for them to progress into the creative industries. She had all those meetings and then she came back to me and said, I want to stay in Gloucester. I was like, really? She's like, yeah, and I want to continue to be supported by the charity. And we've never had this before, so I said, what does this look like? So we had a real kind of clear conversation about what the expectations were. So she did quite a unique deal in leveraging funding from Sony Music to kind of plough into a creative career here in Gloucester. And then she employed a local music producer, which is another young female producer. She employed a local sound engineer, she's employed a local kind of creative designer, and she's built all her team. And what I've seen actually, standing back, now there's a creative ecosystem that's happening in the city where I've never seen before, which is leveraging money from a national music company back into the city. And now there's other young people that's finding that very aspirational and thinking, actually, I can stay in the city and achieve my dreams and go into the music career. So even those qualitative measures for me are just very impactful.
Brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, Elaine, do you want to come?
Okay. Again, yes, I thought about it again after a discussion with Rupert. We did actually spend quite a lot of time last year looking at our theory of change and thinking about what it is we actually do, how we know we do it. And we also spent quite a lot of time on a research project recently. And actually, one of the things that came out of that research project refers back to something we heard earlier, where young people were really clear that they weren't interested in interacting with us virtually. They wanted that face-to-face, one-to-one connection, and that worked well for them. But we work around, we've had young people who've gone on from night stop to be a local councillor. We've had young people going on from night stop. They've done their A-levels while being on night stop and ended up in university, and whereas that family breakdown situation could have seen them having to just put things on ice and not do. We kind of have a grant program where we work with young people who may be experiencing difficulties and may be about to lose their home, and we can support and work with them and with our partners in the community to prevent that happening, and looking at ways of ensuring that they, you know, stay in education or employment and maintain somewhere to live. One of the things that we're seeing a lot of at the moment is stuff around gender inequality. The statistics around homelessness for young people show that LGBTQ young people, for instance, are very overrepresented. And we, over the last 6 months to 12 months, have seen a lot more young people from the community than we ever have. And over the last few months, we've had young people who are so concerned about their safety and security and stuff that they'll only apply to housing in their birth identity because they're not sure if they'll be safe, or, you know, so we have to support young people through those situations. So yes, I think we are taking value, and we give every young person that comes to Night Stop have chances to feedback, negative, positive. This was great, but we really encourage what could, you know, to hear from young people what could be better. We have young people involved in the governance of our organisation. We have young people who've been through Night Stop who are on the trustee board. We think it's really, really important that we show that we're having that effect.
Thank you. And I was going to just come to Reyes, because I think your point, Reyes, about this isn't about paternalism. This isn't about kind of tapping people on the head and saying, I hope you're okay, but it's about making people feel included. I wonder how you sort of see that plays out in social value. It's not about what you do as your organisation, but about what you achieve for people and their sense of identity and self, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's really important, because I think what we've tried to do really hard is create that environment and create the space. That's our input, creating the space and the environment and the opportunities where people then can come and then we let the work happen. What we try to do, and that takes a long time, you know, people kind of come in through the edges, and it could take a couple of years before they kind of go, right, I want to do something now. But our job is to kind of be supportive of that whole process. I think for me, where that can lead to is internal change. So, you know, what I see is through the contributions that people make, the self-esteem, the confidence, the shift in what it means to be a citizen, what it means to be a neighbour. Those are the kind of changes that I see, and that's the kind of value I see that the work offers. I'll give you one example, and I'm going to read a little bit out of my phone because it's in their words. So we work with young people, and quite often we work with alternative schooling providers. So kids who are out of mainstream schools because they're struggling for lots of different reasons. And what we often do is kind of create, get them involved in different types of community activities. And like we built planters for local churches and different things like that. So I remember one year we were starting doing this. One young lad was like, no, this is effing slave labor. You can't make us do this, all this kind of stuff, you know, because that was this perception. By the end of that thing, his perception has completely changed, because it's really difficult to explain why it's good for you to help somebody else. It's really difficult to explain why volunteering or community activity or whatever is of benefit to you. But what we try to do is just let it happen and then let it work. So I'm going to read this a little bit out. So we went to the graduation at the end of the year with the school, and he actually kind of asked the teachers if he could read something for his time with us. And what he read out was, this course was a kind and welcoming course. With the acts of kindness it had us perform, it helped us grow as people, intellectually and emotionally. We've all grown to be kinder, more compassionate, and twice as caring. Over the year, everyone has developed a whole new outlook. So for me, when I think about, that was like the best thing anyone's ever said about our work, and real highlight. But that's the changes for me, and this was again not us delivering a service to him. It was us providing an opportunity where they can do something. And so that's where I see the value of what we're trying to do.
Brilliant, thank you, Raz. And I've just got a specific question for you, Leah, because you're representing a funding organisation, and so in terms of you trying to encourage social change, trying to see social impact, I wonder if there's anything that you've learned about how you evaluate impact and how you judge whether or not things are actually making a difference and whether your money is making a difference, that we might learn about how we consider social value and whether or not it's happening and how we demonstrate it.
Definitely, thank you. And actually, I think it was a question that Malachi posed to me last week or the week before, and it played on my mind in terms of social value. And I think listening to everybody here as well, what we are is almost like an enabler. Our main goal, we are a grant-giving organisation, but to be able to try and do that well, what we've learned is that change takes time, so to allow that time to happen, but to try and build trust-based relationships. The reason why we came into place-based work was because that's what we wanted to try and do. Nationally, it's really hard to engage with your partners, especially when they're operating on a national scale, to really understand the true stories and see the true change. And it is through sitting down and having a conversation with somebody that you really get to gauge what social value that is. It's not that we're delivering that, it's the fact that our grant enables that to happen, because the people doing the work also need to get paid. They've also, they've got things in their life going on. We need to enable that to happen. What we did right from the start is we don't have a high kind of like metrics or statistics. We have those to help build the story. You know, we can look at soil health, we can look at carbon literacy, how that ripples out in those terms of social value. But really what means the most to us is the relationships that we built and the change that we can see on the ground. And it is only through, I feel like, the case studies and the stories that people talk about that you can really feel that. So we've moved away from the statistics and more towards what we can see and feel in the changes that we're investing in.
Thank you ever so much. So, to my eyes, I think you've proven you're not just nice people that are kind of want to be fluffy around the edges. You're doing some good and important work. So thinking about how this crowd and the people that they represent can help you, I was wondering whether or not you would like a team from one of the local businesses to come and paint your building. Or is there something more useful that partnerships might be able to bring to help you in doing more of what you're doing at the moment? Elaine?
Particularly for us, is the painting would be lovely, but we're in an English heritage building and you can't do anything without them agreeing it and doing it themselves usually. And because our services essentially depend on volunteers, we would really love access to volunteers who can open their house, but we know that not everybody can open their house to a young person. But, do you have a car? We sometimes at 5 o'clock in the evening, we're trying to get 3 or 4 young people to different places across the county. Those sorts of very specific volunteering, but also just in the running of the organisation, when it comes to stuff around fundraising and just, finance and doing our monitoring and evaluation, those sorts of actually skills-based volunteering would be really good.
So maybe just for you, Elaine, if you had someone with financial skills that wanted to be a trustee treasurer, perhaps.
Trustee treasurer, we're very much looking for one at the moment, so if anybody knows, exactly. You remembered I told you that.
Thank you. Anyone else want some painting done? Malachi?
Yeah, do you know what's interesting? I learned a new word last year, reciprocity. And it came about because I was in a conversation with Warner Chapel Music, who's one of our industry partners. And again, I feel like when we went into partnership with them, they just seen us as a kind of standard charity. We just give a bit of support because they might need a bit of, what was even finance at the time. I just think they just thought, we could come in and help by doing a bit of volunteering. And actually, after kind of like months of conversation, we realised actually we're building your future workforce. We're empowering young people and helping them in the creative industries. So actually the value in both sides, not only just from us as a charity that we can benefit from the support you give, but actually you can benefit by supporting us, whether it's providing business mentors for some of our young entrepreneurs. It could be supporting with, we work with neat young people all the time who finish training programs, who need employment or work experience or opportunities. So it's looking at different ways actually businesses can engage with and charities. So that really opened my eyes in terms of actually we bring as much value as businesses to us as well. So having a conversation around reciprocity and the value that both brings is important.
Brilliant, thank you. Anyone else? What else are you looking for from businesses? Anything that you would like? Or what's your call for how other people can help you from other sectors?
So yeah, interesting question, because quite often we get businesses, groups come to us for kind of corporate social responsibility, wanting to do big this. Often it's more of a hassle for us than, you know, it benefits, because it takes a lot of organisation. We've got a big community hall that desperately needs painting, but actually the cost of the paint's the problem more than anything else, right? So, you know, even if people wanted to do something, everything else needs organising around that. But again, for us, like I described to you, what we're all about is creating that community and that environment where people come together. So what's more useful is having that conversation, like Malika was talking about, with the organisation, with the group, to say, okay, what is it that you're actually wanting to do? If this is just about kind of one day going out and getting out of the office, then all right, we might be able to do something, but that really doesn't fit in with the overall scheme. Can we get into a proper relationship where kind of, you know, your staff potentially can understand how we're working and kind of and then kind of fit into the community and understand that it's a two-way process. So we did this with another organisation, and again came to us with the starting point of wanting to do a day. We managed to convince them that that wasn't the real right approach, and instead it was just being able to offer the general time banking principles to their staff. And we had then a really good example of somebody who used to live in London but worked in Gloucester on weekdays. So when he was here, didn't know many people, didn't have connections, kind of very lonely and isolated, but enjoyed doing certain things. We managed to link him up with somebody, a lady who just come out of hospital recently, and she was going through a period where she needed her dog walked. So after work, during the weekday, he'd come visit her, walk the dog. If the weather was good, she'd go out in her wheelchair, and you know. But actually, it was a real good two-way link, because he benefited from that social action, you know, meeting other people and all that kind of stuff. She benefited, and it was a real relationship that was built, as opposed to just a one-off token aspect of volunteering.
Brilliant, thank you. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just, it's all of that. I mentioned earlier that I've been a governor and trustee of schools and charities. And through all of that time, the need for good trustees and good school governors has always been apparent. So I think a really simple appeal would be if you can go back into your workforces and try and liberate the very excellent staff that you have, that no doubt do a superb day job for you, but could also then use those skills to help support their local primary school, or however many thousands of charities that we have that are always looking out for good trustees, good governors. And then within that, the relationships get built, and you know, great things happen as a result of those relationships.
Brilliant. Thanks ever so much. So I thought I'd open it up to you, if there's any particular questions that you've got that you want to ask, rather than me monopolising our barbecue side conversation. Anyone want to ask anything? Rupert, are you asking?
Yeah, so, and it's a question for all of you, and I expect you to be answering all individually. What would happen if you weren't here? And keep it Gloucester-centric. You didn't exist as an organisation.
I'm happy to start off. I mean, if I'm being brutally honest, about 85–90% of our funding comes through competition. That's the way it is. I can go all the way back to 1989 when we were established, and then through the Thatcher years when competition came in, and all of a sudden we were having to compete to retain the services that we got, and then, you know, expanding. We now provide services in 7 counties in the southwest, and that's largely through competition. If we didn't exist, somebody else would do our work largely, because 85–90% is through contracts with public sector, whichever county, and that's the reality. But you wouldn't have great leaders from the charity doing work, adding value. You wouldn't have had the £1 million from the lottery. You wouldn't have Graham living in a pod in Cheltenham, who's now not homeless, and we will get more down, and we will end with sleeping in Gloucestershire, hopefully by 2030. But you know, you wouldn't have. We have over 100 volunteers. Those volunteers generate about 20,000 hours of support to CCP every year. That's the equivalent of around 10 full-time equivalent employees, or if you use the annual survey of hours and earnings, ASH, which looks at men and women across all sectors and their hourly rate, that's about, I think, £300,000 of added value. We also have around 40 social work students doing their degrees and master degrees, using CCP as a practice placement. That, you know, those types of things might not exist if another organisation were doing the work we do. None of us have got a crystal ball. I know that within my team, I've got some incredibly brilliant people that do incredibly brilliant things every single day, helping create better tomorrows, and who volunteer for other organisations, and in their own right, they are all leaders. Would you risk losing that if we didn't exist? Maybe.
Yeah, Reyes?
I think quite simply, if fair shares didn't exist, I think it'd make a significant difference to a small amount of people. And in the grand scheme of things, you know, you could probably complain, yes, you know, say it's negligible. But I think if our sector didn't exist, it'd be devastating. And I think that's the other thing where kind of, you know, like when you look at individual community organisations, often we're working together and it's part of a bigger piece. So yeah, if the sector didn't exist, I think, yeah, everything would fall apart.
Yes, I think you're right, you know. We're a small organisation working with a small amount of young people, but 60 or 70 young people a year are very much hidden homeless. They're very rarely the ones you see sleeping out in shop corners. The ones that are sofa surfing or being exploited to get a bed to sleep at night. Quite often they come in below the threshold of intervention for statutory services, so most of our services paid through fundraising. So those young people wouldn't have access to an ongoing service, a service that they can access for as long as they need, and may end up in the statistics of longer-term homelessness if Night Stop isn't there.
I wouldn't claim to say that if 30 Percy wasn't here, then all of our brilliant partners wouldn't be continuing to do the amazing work that they do. I hope that we've made a difference for them in terms of longer funding that's core, that is non-restricted, that will allow them to do their amazing work and what they see the need to be. We also fund individuals that we see as change makers and leaders that impact the system in different ways, and that feels really impactful, and I think without that we probably wouldn't see some of the changes that we have in Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult question as well, because I think our organisation plays a pivotal role in terms of we're quite unique, how we're positioned, how we engage with young people. Our participants and beneficiaries are very diverse, and how we work with young people. Some young people don't work with any other agencies, and actually we are the only organisation that they actually engage with. And especially when I think about those high-risk young people who maybe is on the brink of reoffending or offending, and maybe down the route of a kind of criminal path and go to prison, actually for us we're probably their lifeline in that sense. If I think about my journey, I'm one of the co-founders of the organisation. When I was growing up, even though there was a youth provision, and now there's probably youth provisions decimated completely, we had youth clubs, but there was still a massive need for an organisation like the Music Works, and that was the reason why I actually wanted to do the work I'm in, community music, and support other young people and empower them. So if this organisation didn't exist, it would actually have a massive impact on the city and the county.
Brilliant. Well, I want to thank our panel very much for their honesty in that response. I think there is something here which is being really transparent about, we're not saying we're all wonderful and isn't it terrific, but we are playing such an integral part. But we are, I think as Rhea said really well, it's not about one organisation, it is about a sector and how it works with other sectors to try and achieve more. But if I can ask you to show your appreciation for our panel in the usual way. Fantastic, really appreciate it. And I think it is now time for a break for people to go and get some refreshments outside for half an hour.
Yeah.
Yep, brilliant.
We're ahead of time.
Everybody. Not
I'll reach out.
They were great.
Extra layer on. I think you can look at the very narrow community question. That's all.
It's all about work. And also I think community organisations are too scared to talk about it. Because there's a lack of confidence as well. If we talk about confidence, I would say like a really good example I always have, I never share with the fund community. Working with a young person, it took a year before she took a hood off. That was a big step. And it took me years for that to happen. Well, after a year, she took a hood off.
Really good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Are you next up, Paul? Yeah, it's I think we can either click on that one, I think. Just click along forwards and backs. So that's probably your best way. You get everything on there. I think they might want, because of this microphone, is the only bit. But we can ask about that. You can.
Well, to be honest, it's this is
Camera as well. Yeah. See where you are. Yeah, so you've got the next one on. Yeah.
fantastic. So it's left, right.
Left, right, yeah. It's really straightforward.
Fantastic.
Have a little play.
Yeah, I know, thank you.
And the other one, so James.
As always, you know, you kind of so switching people on their front and center.
It's really difficult because you don't know what to say. You know.
No, you will say something about the people you say, and like you mentioned, funding stuff, I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you doing what? Yeah, I'm looking for trustees. Oh, okay. Someone else. So I want to be. I'm a governor in
What's your name?
governance, assurance, participation, system. So I
It's in here just to keep it safe, really. Is it on? Got it? Sorry. Okay, and I just want to make absolutely sure. Input one, so manual one. It's in auto level. Just put it in auto level. Hopefully they won't switch the switch off. You can see the level just there. So yeah, maybe we'll do
Live I need to get some. Did you?
I have been into Poland just a couple of times.
feed. And just to say to those who are joining now, everything that you've missed so far, everything that happened this morning, all of our wonderful conversations are available for you to catch up with as well. So our next speaker is Paul Whitelocks. Paul is the co-founder and partner in the Cotswold Bed Company. Based in Cheltenham, the company has grown successfully over the past 7 years since inception and now has expanded its production and wood mill facilities with 2 factories on the King's Ditch trading estate and a beautiful showroom at Elkston Studios. Paul is an experienced company director with a demonstrated history of working in the furniture industry and is keen to encourage the next generation of talent to consider a career as a furniture crafts person. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much. Firstly, thanks, Rupert, wherever you are, for inviting me here to speak today, but also thanks to all the people who spoke so far. I think it's been tremendous to listen to the conversations. It's very heartwarming to know that there's people out there that care as much as these guys do and look after people who need help. And quite interestingly, what I want to talk about today is exactly that, where we fit in as a business in the world of looking after people, because every morning when I walk in that factory, I'm a social worker. I sit there and someone runs in the office, they've got a problem somewhere in their lives, and I have to somehow bend all that together and think, how the hell am I going to get that sewn today when that girl's going to do a runner and leave me behind? So we're constantly being social workers, and we're quite a good bellwether about how the world of people is going on out there, what's happening to people. I see it every morning when I walk in that office, and it's quite interesting to know that we've got support out there to help those people. But it's most important that we as a business help support that too. So my wife and I started the business in 2015. We actually started here, or the original building when it was across the road. And we just came here for free chocolate brownies and the Wi-Fi, really, which worked very well because I love chocolate brownies. We've grown the business from there. We started really with the idea of just having a little website, and it was in the days when websites first started, and we thought we'd just make millions doing this, but websites and London buses are very similar. They come around occasionally and just when you don't need them. And we very quickly realised when we started the business that we could no longer rely on our suppliers to give us what we wanted to give to our customers. And so we ended up doing what we promised we'd never ever do, and that's called production and having our own factories. So this is our first major factory. We had this about 5 years into having our business. And what we do, we started, as I say, as a website business, but found ourselves dragged into another world where, because of some of my previous relationships with large-scale retailers and individuals in the furniture industry, we became part of the luxury end of the market and started making really not beds anymore, but complete interiors for large-scale luxury developments in London and around the world. So as you can see out the window there, that's Canary Wharf across there, and there's the Gherkin behind it. So this is one of our complete developments that we built. So all this is built in Cheltenham, built by our own team. None of it is brought in. We're a totally vertical factory, so we have our own wood mill and we have our own production unit. And we employ local people, we have local suppliers, and right from the very start, I personally am very much involved in the way that we use local people, local products, local suppliers. And basically, we design everything in-house ourselves. We make all our own frames, whether it's sofas or chairs, whatever we do. We have our own team of sewing girls. And then we upholster it and send it out to our clients. That's our team there. And as I said earlier, I get lots of my employees are critical to me. Without them, I haven't got a business. There's nothing I can do without them. And I love my team. I look after my team. And working in large corporate, you don't get a chance to touch the walls. And the great thing about working in a business of the scale I'm at the moment, I know all my individuals there. I know their lives. I know their husbands and wives. I know where they're at with all sorts of issues because they're my family. They're my extended family. And I think in today's world, that's what people need. They need to be part of something. And so we're very keen to help our team. We have an employee scheme where 24 hours a day, 52 weeks of the year, they can pick up a phone and get a solicitor, a mental health advisor, a family health advisor, a family issues advisor, 24 hours a day. And when we set that up, I thought, it'll probably never get used anyway, but we'll get involved in it. I've seen 3 or 4 people benefit just from that within the first year. It's been a tremendous help. And we bring people in, not easy to find good craftsmen in the UK who can work at the level that we work at. So we bring in people from all walks of life and train them up to do the jobs within the business. We're making products for hotels and people in the Cotswolds. That's a beautiful hotel. And the one thing, as I said from the start, we want to make, or we do make, sustainability part of our everyday. So I think a lot of people think, I've got to work hard, I need to employ someone to do my sustainable story for me. Well, we don't do that. We do it ourselves. It's what we do every day. Because we care about our people, our suppliers, we make sure that that's exactly what we do. And because of that, we very quickly became B Corp. Within a year, we were B Corp awarded with a very high number of points because of the way that we look after our people and our suppliers. It wasn't a difficult thing to do because we're there already. All throughout my business life, I've always had a series of pillars in place that I think about every morning when I wake up. Where should we be? Where is the business placed? Are we in the right place for our business? Have I got the right people? Am I promoting rightly? Have I got the right products? Have I got the right price? And will I make any money? I believe that politics is another P that we need to include in that. So, and never more so today with our dear friend over the water giving us some severe headaches. And overriding all that is planet proof, which is the final P in my personal way of managing a business, where every one of those pillars has to be planet proof. We have to make sure that whatever we do, whether it's people, product, price or place, we're trying our best to make sure that we're keeping the planet in the way it should be and looking after and sustaining the way we are. So B Corp, what's interesting with B Corp, and I think a few people mentioned it, I think one day sustainability won't just be something that we can dip in and out of when we feel like it. It's going to be a legal requirement that we care for the planet within our businesses. And quite interestingly, this is B Corp's own pillars. And there you go, people, planet and profit, basically a similar kind of story to the way that we work. And as I say, at the moment, B Corp and sustainability is a little bit niche, but I feel it's going to be a must-have, and it's not far away. We're probably a couple of years away being a must-have. Lots of pressures on business, the environment, community, employees, customers, all pushing us at the moment. And certainly now that we are a B Corp customer, we've got clients now coming from all over the world because of that, and they will only deal with people who can show and prove that they are actually a sustainable business. And the benefit of going down a sustainable route means that we get investors interested in us as a business, the sales are increasing. We don't have a problem in retaining our employees. Most of the employees have been with us from the start and stay with us, and we continue to grow, and our reputation is such that we don't have a problem finding new people to join us. We took on another carpenter last night who I thought I'll never find anyone who can make the kind of luxury dining tables with beautifully marketed tops, etc. And he's joining us tomorrow on that journey. There you can see our final score on the B Corp assessment, which is 90 with a pass point of 80 And as a manufacturer, to get to 90, that was a pretty major achievement for us, so delighted with that. We're a very diverse employer. There's our lovely ladies who come from a variety of different worlds and backgrounds, all part of a great team. As I say, we're like a family. A lot of their work involves sewing and cutting of fabric, but they also work as upholsterers as well. And half of our team are senior management. Half of those are actually senior management people within the business. So people really are an important part of what we do. Place, I mentioned that place is important to us. And one of the reasons we built the factory or finished the factory where it is because we wanted to make sure that our employees could walk home. And that was a critical part of why we're in the middle of Cheltenham. So 80% of our people can walk home at night. Recycling is a big part of my sort of priorities, purely because I can't stand to see things being thrown in the bin. And foam, for instance, we have scrap foam. It's unfortunately something that happens in the industry, and a lot of that just goes into landfill. We actually return that back to the foam manufacturer, who chops that into little pieces, and it becomes underlay under your carpets at home. So that's quite a useful use. It saves me waste. It doesn't go in the skip, so it saves me skip. So it's a positive benefit to me as well. Our lovely ladies, some of these fabrics that we use to make our products could cost £200 or £300 a metre, and we get, again, scrap pieces. So we now make little tote bags, and they sell in our shop in Elkston, and they sell like crazy. It's a really nice little thing to do. They like making them, and nice to see them sold. I say that we make things, we also recycle things as well. So a lot of our clients come to us now. At one time, they were just small little upholsterers who would do a job of recovering chairs or whatever. We now do it on a large scale for large scale businesses. So rather than throw things away, they bring it back to us. Our wood team reassemble the joints and make sure they're strong enough and fit for purpose. And then our upholsterers love to strip down old pieces of furniture and recover them. So as a large business, that's quite unusual. You normally find that's just given to a little corner shop or something, but we take it on in a big way. I'm really excited about this at the minute. I know solar panels have been around for a long time, but I never realised that they generate so much energy. We put panels on the roof, supported by Cheltenham Borough Council. And my plan was really just that most of what we do in the business is run by air compressors. So the staple guns, the sewing machines are all run by air compressors. And I said, well, as long as it will power the compressor, I'm a happy bunny. But that basically pays for our factory for about 4 days a week now. So from an energy point of view, it's very good. And from a financial point of view, I'm an even happier bunny. And that just shows you, there's a couple of the Solax. I get this on my phone every second, so I can see exactly what energy we're using and where it's coming from. And that green represents basically the energy we're using from the panels, and shows that we're getting full efficiency off it. And there you can see the sewing machines, etc., that we use in the business, and the air gun, the staple gun, again powered by a compressor. Back to people. I need those people. I can't afford to lose my people. They're very good. They're very talented. They're lovely people. And as the team grow, we've stayed with them. If they need childcare, we pay for childcare in the business in the summer to help them through the summer period. So 3 of my team at the moment have got young children under the age of 12, and we pay for their childcare to ensure they don't have to worry every day about the kids coming to, not having the right kind of childcare during the summer period. Charities, we make for various people, and this is somebody called Furnishing Futures, a London-based business that provide homes for mainly abused women, that kind of thing, in serious problems, and we make beds and provide the furniture for those situations. We also do work when the Ukrainian crisis started. We supplied about 150 sets of bed linen to help give them somewhere to sleep at night. Yeah, so Furnishing Futures, that just shows that the room before it was done up and when it was complete. So we try wherever we can to help the community with what we do. That's me and my wife who started the business. I think a good friend of mine said, when you decide to go into business together, you need to get divorced and married again. That's probably about right, really, but we're still here today, 10 years later, and still enjoying the chocolate brownies whenever we can. Yeah, look to take the business forward, but always with sustainability at the heart, and always looking after the people that we have with us. It's critical to what we do. And just as something I particularly feel that, and not, it wasn't really spoke about here this morning, but I think older people, I suppose when I was a kid growing up, if you looked at someone who was 55, they'd have false teeth glasses and sat in a chair looking at the Radio Times. And I think today, those people are good and fit for purpose till they're in their 80s and 90s, and yet we put them to sleep at 67. And I think that is catastrophic. I can't believe that we do that. It's such a waste of talent, it's such a waste of wisdom, and it's probably a big cost to us all, because those people do go to sleep, and sometimes, you know, I've seen it firsthand, people that should really be still part of the community literally falling into disrepair within 5 years because they've got no purpose in life, and it's so important. Against that, George, who's 78, was working with me until about 3 years ago, and he could still carry an 8x4 piece of timber as well as anybody else in the business. And John, the driver, 76 this week, he still drives me 3 days a week, and without that job, I don't know what he'd do. He absolutely loves it. So I think it's very, very important that we look after our old generation as well as our young people. And probably our older generation can help the young people as well. So that's the Cotswold Bed Company. Thanks very much for your time, and thanks, Rupert, again.
There's always questions, and I'm sure that the audience may have some for you. Anybody take the opportunity to ask Paul?
I thought it was fantastic. You were clearly one of the most socially invested people that I've heard speak. Equally, no disrespect to the people that sat before, having your own skin in the game makes a real difference.
Thank you.
My question really is, why did you consider, when you set up, alternative forms of business model? Why would you go for a private limited company to generate personal wealth, for instance, rather than a CRC, for instance, to generate community wealth?
Yeah, I think it was a difficult call, really. I mean, when we started the business, we really didn't have any cash or funds behind us, and I don't think we had a strong enough story to tell out there to try and get people on board. We're going through a process at the moment where we're actually looking for investors and looking across the piece in a slightly different way. We are at that stage now where we need to grow and find a way of growing that's sustainable for the future, not just for my time, but go forward. So yes, you're absolutely right. It's
We
time
need to have
to...
a conversation after that, and I need to introduce you to my impact investors.
Okay, very good.
I've been through that a few times now.
Okay, very good. Interesting.
The least I can do. The least I can do to connect that.
Anything else?
Anybody else?
Yeah, it's a really nice story. It's really good to hear. Have you, in your business, what are you doing to engage much younger people? Because you have very highly skilled workforce, which need a lot of training. How are you engaging younger people to enter into the kind of work that your business does?
Yeah, so with every one of our master craftsmen, we have someone who starts in from the age of 19, 20. So, for instance, in the wood mill at the moment, we've got Ollie, who is 21, and he's working with Dave, who's 57, and basically we train Ollie up to level to get him up to speed. Jordan, who he's now 3.5 years into being an upholsterer, but that's a real success story. He was basically working in an old people's home, which is doing a great job, as a care manager, and he just came to me, he just wasn't making enough money, he couldn't survive, and had his head in his hands, and we took him on thinking, well, he could just help out, he'll be fine, and we'll try and get him somewhere. He's actually now better than our master upholsterer, so it can be done. Another sewing girl, Lima, we've known her for a long time, and we've seen her coming to work with her face covered in bruises. So she was being very badly abused by her husband, and so we actually helped her escape from that situation as a business with care and respect to all parties. And again, we knew that the only way that she was going to stop being a cleaner and a general sort of tidy up in the business was to actually train her up. And so she now is a fully trained sewing girl, and she's making those handbags, etc., that you saw earlier on in the presentation.
Rich?
Have you thought about your personal legacy and the business legacy in a way that if you end up selling the company and a larger organisation comes in and purchases it, those values are at risk of being diluted or disappearing?
Yeah.
And have you thought about what that means to you personally and to the longevity of the business beyond your lifetime?
Yeah, so B Corp was set up by a bunch of entrepreneurs who actually did exactly what you said. They had a business, they grew it in a sustainable way, they sold it, and then saw this business completely ripped apart by some large conglomerate. We actually have got in our articles of association that can't be done. So it's a fully legal document that whoever takes over the business has a legal obligation to carry out the duties as we started.
Good. Thank you so much. And just give me a round of applause again for that. Just a really simple development. So this is all about, and I'll get to that, it's all about procurement and the changes that happened recently, which is really good. And we have two great experts around procurement. So Gloucester, Catherine, I'll let them introduce themselves in a minute. And Sarah from Gloucestershire is going to host this one. So Sarah, over to you.
Thank you so much. Right, hi everybody, is it afternoon yet? It's not quite, so good morning everybody. I'm Sarah Hussain and I'm from Gloucestershire Construction. Hands up if anybody knows that name or knows who we are. A few, okay, that's a good start. I'm going to quickly do an introduction of the panel, get them to talk about themselves, and then we'll talk to you a little bit about what the purpose of this conversation is, and give Pete and Grace a very polite grilling in the process. So, Pete, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure, so I'm Pete Card. My day job, if you like, is in managing employment and skills within County Council. The background, day job, as I say, is employment and skills, and so that mainly involves helping people either back to work or into staying work, and particularly those sort of furthest from the labour market, and adult education in the county. Just a very brief summary, my journey through social value has actually been sort of very recent development. So I've been working for the County Council for about 2.5 years now, and when about 2 years ago was asked to take on the management of the social value function within GCC. So whilst I've worked on aspects of that in the past, this has been a real steep learning curve for me. So put that into context. The real expert, as Rupert introduced us, is actually sitting on my left.
Hello everybody, my name is Grace Eccleston. I'm the Social Value Coordinator at Gloucestershire County Council. So I've worked there about 18 months and it's a relatively new role. We're lucky to have a specific person doing social value at the County Council. Before that, I worked for a couple of years for Social Value Portal, which is basically a reporting platform for social value, and they have a lot of clients across the public and private sector, so I was doing a kind of client relationship management role, but that was also about being in that position of people coming to you and saying, how do we do social value, and attempting to kind of advise them. And now my role is mainly about, we've got a policy, a social value policy as a county council that says we're going to have a specific score for social value in our tenders. We're going to try and sort of secure commitments from our suppliers to deliver social value within the county, and then my role is how do we implement that, make it happen, and then also try and make it genuinely meaningful so it makes a difference for people living here.
Amazing, great introductions, thank you so much. And just really quickly, I'm going to tell you who I am so you know why I'm about to grill these two lovely people. So at Galliford Try, we are going to be delivering the M5 Junction 10 scheme, which is a major improvement scheme for the area. And obviously we are a private contractor. And it's really interesting being here listening to the morning sessions because obviously we sit in a different camp in a way to many of the people that have presented this morning. And I would ask a question of you just so I can gauge kind of whether I'm on the right track or not. Hands up if you think CSR and social value are the same thing. No hands. Okay, that's amazing, fantastic. Okay, so that's wonderful because one of the things that we're often challenged by, a good challenge, is the fact that social value and CSR are so vastly different. And Rupert positioned the morning really well on the fact that actually when it comes to the social value journey, it has been slow going. The Act in 2013 should have made a large-scale change. And I think in reality what it actually did was made people go, great, we're just going to go and do lots of STEM and do some volunteering hours, and aren't we wonderful for delivering social value? And I think what's really interesting is this year the Procurement Act came into play finally at long last. And I think that is what's going to drive real long-scale change. Now, for the VCSEs in the room, I would say by proxy, you are social value in its fullest form. Everything you do is social value. And hopefully this panel is about helping you understand how you understand that maybe in a slightly different way so that you can procure more work. But for companies like Galliford Try, we have to think about that differently. And the challenges that we have internally as private organisations to say CSR and social value are not the same thing. When we tell people that you've got 2 days volunteering and aren't you wonderful for going and doing a litter pick, that is not social value. And it's not an easy challenge, and it's probably not appropriate that I sit here and say that to you, but if we're being really honest with each other, it's not. So actually the journey that we're on with Pete and Grace, I would say Gloucestershire County Council are remarkable. So I work across the country in my role. I currently have about 29 live projects that I'm responsible for, and I can genuinely hand on heart say, this is recorded on YouTube, so I guess I do need to hold my feet to the fire on this, that Gloucestershire County Council are remarkable in the sense that they have expertise, their willingness to want to meet and understand social value needs and requirements. They've clearly employed somebody wonderful like Grace to do that, and we don't see that across the country. So, on that note, I do have a question. Say it again?
No pressure then, is that what you're saying?
No pressure, but you're going to give remarkable answers, so don't worry. I guess to both of you in turn, I guess my first question, and I know that we as GT were on the receiving end of this, I guess with the Procurement Act in play, how do you see social value and commissioning kind of hand in hand? What are your expectations of organisations in the room that would potentially look at tendering works with you? And I love how Pete's looking at me like, that's not how you phrased it in the email, so now you've thrown me. Sorry.
So maybe if I start, essentially, I think the key thing for me is about understanding local needs, and you know, you know those needs. A lot of you are working in this space because you're trying to tackle those needs. I think from our perspective, you know, I guess given my role, you'd expect me to liken it to this, but it is very much around you know, like a job recruitment process. You know, you've got to really understand what it is that the procuring organisation actually wants, and then actually meet those requirements. And you know, I know a lot of people in this room might bids day in, day out, and position their organisations to win contracts all the time. So you know, it is very much about understanding the needs that the procurement organisation are after, actually you know, looking at where you can actually add value to that, and what part of the solution you can provide, and really articulating that. Again, you know, if you think about the job analogy, I'm sure you've had the same situation we have. You get a number of applications coming through, and it's a generic covering email, and it's a generic CV. What you need and what really makes you really think hard is if somebody's really put the work in, shows they really understand the needs and how they can actually meet those. And it is, you know, very similar with a lot of the social value elements of our contracts.
Yes. So to talk about how we actually kind of score and implement social value in our procurement, we are kind of required to consider social value because of the Social Value Act, and then that's further emphasised by the new Procurement Act and the National Procurement Policy Statement. And so there very much is an emphasis that we should try and use our procurement as a lever to try and kind of incentivise bidders and businesses to help deliver these sort of wider objectives around sustainability and supporting people into work and taking this opportunity to make a difference. And so for kind of higher value contracts, we give a specific score to social value, and we have a set of kind of metrics, and so we ask bidders to list what they will deliver, and we say it should be delivered within Gloucestershire, and we do ask for kind of concrete commitments, and we also say that what we're assessing in the social value section is separate to what we are assessing through the quality questions as the sort of core contract deliverables. And sometimes that can be a bit of a challenging point, but I think it is important for us to do it that way, because it would become really confusing if we blurred those two things and sort of scored one in the other. But that doesn't mean that the inherent service or kind of contract that is being delivered doesn't deliver its own impact. It very much does, and we should consider that as part of the procurement process. But we ask, what is the sort of social value you can deliver going above and beyond? That might be the way you hire, who you hire. It might be about the sort of expertise you can offer as a business, or about delivering the contract more sustainably. But as well as listing what you will deliver, it's also about the sort of qualitative response for social value. So you provide, you know, a delivery plan or a method statement, and it is really important to sort of read the documents and understand what's being asked. And so, yeah, like Pete said, actually understanding the local needs, sort of being willing to have those local partnerships, and also giving confidence that you will actually be able to deliver what you're committing to and do something that makes a real difference, kind of helps there and is what we are looking for. And I think that's an important point to address, because we did have a bit of challenge earlier about the idea that you can come in and make commitments and then just never follow through on it. And that is a risk with social value, particularly because it's new. But I do think that is something we are trying to proactively address, and that is also emphasised through the new Procurement Act, which is all about, you know, greater transparency. That I think we will start to see that it's really important to actually deliver your social value, and then maybe we'll have to deal with what that looks like on the ground and sort of work through the challenges as that happens.
That's a really good comprehensive answer. So I suppose just to your point about kind of qualitative and quantitative evaluation methods for social value. So I suppose if I take my past 6 years in the industry, I have seen tenders going from 0 questions in social value, no qualitative or quantitative questions. Generally, there's something about a sustainability policy somewhere, and it has no weighting in the overall percentage. So anyone that's tendered for work, you know, you have a weighting, and often it might be 60% quality, 40% price, and generally nothing attributed to social value or sustainability. And then actually, if I flash forward to where we are today, you know, we've been writing bids and tenders over the past few months that have had a 20% weighting for social value, with a requirement to fill in metrics and measures and to put them onto a platform that means that it's evaluated by a third party. So it's quite a dramatic shift. However, what I'm mindful in that shift is I'll often meet organisations that will say, we're not of a size and quantity that has the time or the skills and resource or even the ability. We know we do good, but we don't necessarily know how we're going to fulfil that requirement of writing 5 pages of A4, saying what our method statement is, and then giving you targets when we don't quite fully know what it is that we might be delivering, because actually we don't have that expertise in-house. And I'm mindful that that might be a challenge that people in the room might face, because they might kind of sit there saying, we know we do this day in, day out. We don't have the skills and expertise to be writing at that level, though, necessarily, or kind of articulating that. What advice would you give?
I think I'd partly come back to what Paul was saying earlier, that actually when you were talking about your B Corp accreditation, that, you know, you said it was, I think, probably haven't got the wording exactly right, but you said essentially it was easy because you were already there. So I do take the point about the time it takes, and I know particularly with a lot of VCSE organisations being kind of very small, or some small businesses, you know, you're so focused on the day job, there isn't that much time to take that step back. But actually, I see that as a real investment in time. You know, the social value, going back to Sarah's first question, you know, it's not going away. The importance is increasing. You know, certainly we haven't gone as far as 20%, but we have a 15% weighting in terms of our contracts. And you know, there's a real need to articulate what you do in terms of social value. So yes, we're all time poor, but actually, if you can take that step back and really record that, think it through, think about the sort of different points of difference that you can bring to that, I think it is really time well spent. Because again, you know, obviously you can use that in future contracts, future bids, and you know, I know lots of people will do that. I think the other thing is you know, if you're not clear about some of it, I mean, do have a look. We use the TOM system, as Grace was saying, the themes, outcomes, measures. We know, you know, not all organisations use that, but an awful lot of public sector organisations do. You know, there's very clear explanations as to what we're looking for there, and you know, using that list, you know, we will publish our list in terms of the ones that we're looking for and why, and you know, that's something that you can then match to, which hopefully will take some of the work out of it for you in terms of, you know, not working on things that we're not asking for, or other organisations are not asking for. But yeah, unfortunately, I think irrespective of the size of the organisation, you know, that is what's needed. It's that, you know, what can you bring to it?
Yes, I would totally agree with what Pete said, that taking the time to think about what do we do as an organisation, and what does social value mean to us, and how could we deliver that, is a really good investment of time, and that you absolutely don't have to do everything, but there will be things that you could do particularly well that would make a difference, and so you will sort of have those as your ideas in mind and then adapt that to the specific requirements. I also do think that as a procuring authority, it can seem like a lot of information to digest, and that we should take the time and put the effort in to try and make the social value element sort of relevant and proportionate to a particular contract, and that it doesn't necessarily always work to have a one-size-fits-all, or to put out like 50 different metrics and you have to read through all of them. So we are trying to develop and do that, and equally we can also kind of talk to the market through pre-market engagement and take feedback on, and we should be doing that. So there's sort of definitely a journey on both sides where we're trying to sort of
come to a point where we can include it in a way where you can offer something really meaningful, and we can get what we're looking for.
I think the pre-market engagement that you reference is really important, isn't it? Because that's a really good way to engage early with the market. And I wonder to the VCSEs in the room, have you ever bid for work with the council? Hands up if you have. And, okay, wonderful. I was going to ask how you found that experience, but I won't do that to Pete and Grace because they will feel...
I would actually be quite interested if that's
would
okay.
You? In that case...
And we're very open to understanding that feedback.
In that case, that would be great. Anyone want to share some feedback?
I can say something about why we don't.
Go for it, Elaine.
I have done elsewhere with other organisations, but they've been with bigger organisations who have more time and capacity. And I hear what you say about the time is valuable, but for a lot of organisations down there doing the work, doesn't matter how much you say that time is not available.
Yep.
And part of the work for some of the lead partners, so something that's internal to maybe the voluntary sector, is if you're going to be a lead partner within those things, then you need to be able to, and you need to have an expectation on lead partners to be able to create some capacity in that work.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the social value is there at that level of community organisations, and they're missing out. And so the people who need the services and the social value are missing out because of that.
You had your hand up in the back.
Yeah, I've commissioned for various local authorities, so not specifically for Gloucestershire, but in our experience, there is a mixed level of skill from the different local authorities in responding to scoring those social value questions. And then if you're going for multiple contracts across the country, it's really difficult to try and get a consistent approach. And I'm not sure what the solution is there.
It's interesting you saying that. So I think as a national organisation as well, what I would say is for social value especially, we're never going to get a one-size-fits-all approach. But I think taking to your point, as a local organisation, as a local provider that is fundamentally doing good throughout everything you're doing, and then not having the capacity then to facilitate writing those bids, I think this is where, and I'd love you guys to correct me if I'm wrong, I think with VCSEs in particular, I find my biggest challenge is helping VCSEs understand that actually if you write one really compelling version of what you offer, yours isn't really going to change. So if we can do it once with you, support you, and organisations like myself and others would do that, when you nail that down once, that isn't going to differ. Whereas a company like Galliford Try, because it's flitting in and out of the place all over the country, it needs to localise, and because it doesn't have the roots that you have. You have roots, you have a fundamental capability of something amazing that you're doing that doesn't change, but it grows and develops, which means if you can nail that and articulate it, you will only need to tweak it. So what you're not doing is starting from scratch, because you know who you are, you know what you offer. And I think if there's anything that we can do, and if that's something we spark out of today as an action to say, actually, maybe that's what we need to do to help VCSEs, help you get that in black and white.
It really makes a difference, because we had a big investment of consultancy through the Lloyds Foundation to do exactly that, and it's made such a difference from one of my roles of raising funds, because I have that, and like you say, we can review it annually and adapt it, but it basically will.
And that's less time consuming for you, isn't it? Knowing you're not starting from a blank page, you're adapting something.
There are so many organisations that don't have that and haven't had that.
Can I just turn that around, Elaine? Because I absolutely get that point. Is there any mileage in us looking at getting social value out of our contracts by specifying that kind of capacity building or help for organisations such as yours to, providing it? So, what would that look like? What value would there be in that? Because part of what Grace and I have been working on is a toolkit to actually do the sort of translation over local need and boil it down to something that's readable and understandable by a supplier or potential supplier. Poor Sarah got bombarded with documents when we first started working together, you know, because we were using multiple strategies, multiple documents, and we just basically lobbed them over the fence, and poor Sarah had to try and make sense of this in terms of boiling it down to a specific offer. So what we're trying to do is make it really clear what's needed, and in the sort of business support section there, you know, we can spell that out a bit more if we can work with you on articulating what's needed. So not for now necessarily, but happy to have that conversation. And then just in terms of your comment about the consistency, obviously I can't speak for other local authorities, but I've certainly felt it as a real challenge for us internally. So quite a few of you I know I used to work with when I was working for the Local Enterprise Partnership, which is a small community interest company, very small team, etc. This is such a huge beast of an organisation, County Council, and Grace and I, part of our role as we see it at the moment is actually getting commissioners to be consistent, getting contract managers to be consistent, getting the procurement staff to be consistent. There's a lot of different approaches, even within an organisation. Absolutely recognise what you're saying in terms of that consistency, and part of what we're trying to drive is that consistent approach, so that as a lot of you are, if you're working with one team in the council, you get a completely different relationship and completely different requirements to somebody else, and some of that will need to continue, but also you need a certain level of consistency in order to work effectively with this, presumably.
So I was just wondering, so from the voluntary sector alliances perspective, our experience of our membership is not great with social value. I think there is that view that we are great organisations, as we've discussed this morning, scoring 0 on social value. Now that may be because we're not doing the piece of work to articulate it, but I also wonder it's a little bit about the local authority being very clear about what social value does it actually want. Yeah. And that inconsistency, I think, comes from what are the visions and missions of this county council that it wants to be embedded in a construction contract or a adult social care contract. They're really inconsistent at the moment. And so from us as a sector, we would think if you want there to be a vibrant social sector, as Reyes was saying, if we as a sector weren't here, then there'll be real trouble. So if you want that, then that needs to be part of how social value is framed, not just tell us what good you're going to do generally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, I think it's absolutely true that we procure a huge variety of contracts, and that's one of the challenges, is that sometimes it's construction or catering or social care, and we need to have some consistency, but we also can't expect sort of the social value to be the same across those different contracts. And I do maybe want to acknowledge that it can be particularly challenging for VCSEs, and it's important to have that feedback. I'm very happy to have sort of further conversations about that and think about how we can try and make it work.
That might be an interesting piece of work, actually, to see what see the data over what the questions were being asked and how that scored a 0, and see if there's anything that can be done there. And I'm happy to support if I can on that with you. Okay, I'm really conscious. I did say to these lovely two earlier, I was like, I'll try and avoid you having to have too many questions from the audience, and then I've directly created that for you. So, but yeah, no, it's good. It's really good. So look, just kind of coming back to that social value piece, the Procurement Act obviously now in play. Obviously, we know that local councils have roughly till around May just to kind of really fully embed those principles. Obviously, the Act itself is about creating transparency. It will have a suite of KPIs that will hold, obviously, successful contractors or kind of bidders to the work accountable to. The other bit around the Procurement Act is about, obviously, making it accessible, using the Find a Tender platform to advertise opportunities. So those of you in the room that have the experience of having to create accounts for loads and loads of different procurement platforms, ideally this is now meant to be streamlined into one to make that easier. I guess, what are kind of your hopes and aspirations for how that Procurement Act comes into play with some of the requirements that you described earlier, in terms of how do you see that working out in terms of ease and potential transparency for the audience?
ease and transparency. Now, there's something that goes with hand in hand with local authorities, isn't it? I think, yeah, there's definitely kind of two sides to that transparency. So I think local authorities absolutely, you know, it's been really interesting talking to procurement colleagues and others around, you know, just getting everything listed on, you know, we use Pro Contractor. I'm sure quite a few other organisations use different systems. But, you know, even just being really clear about which contracts are out there already and which ones we're managing, let alone the pipeline of contracts coming through, has actually been, you know, it's been a really challenging piece of work, but it's vital, isn't it? Because you need to know what's coming down the track in order to know what, you know, which contracts you might want to bid for. And, you know, again, we've had conversations with some of our politicians around their fears about, you know, fantastic figures around committed social value, but funnily enough, our delivered social value from suppliers is much lower, you know, and what are the levers to actually make sure that that actually happens and those two figures are close together. So I think that you know, there is real transparency there. As I say, it works both ways, because as suppliers, you know, your performance will be up there as well, and so when you go for other contracts, you know, a procuring organisation will be able to see how you've delivered on other contracts. So I do think that transparency is important, and I think longer term it'll be useful. In the short term, I think there's some real issues, and you know, we haven't got a procurement colleague with us at the moment, but I know how hard they're working to try and make sure this is as transparent as possible and is it as well understood as possible. But I do think the transparency part of it is going to be hard. I also think that, yes, I absolutely get the purpose of trying to have more VSSE organisations, more small businesses winning contracts locally, and that's really important for the Gloucestershire economy, and we're really committed to that. But, you know, what's the reality and how hard is that? And, you know, I think there's a lot of work. Grace and I have tended to focus on our internal processes and working with internal colleagues. Now, you know, I think we're moving into that phase of actually working more with you around, you know, how do we make some of that a reality, because the Procurement Act is going to make it's a tough ask, I think, all round.
And just before you answer that question as well, Grace, I'd be keen to understand your perspective as someone that came from the Social Value Portal, which obviously adheres to the TOMs and knows the definition and the rigidity of the structure that requires. And you've probably seen over the years kind of pros and cons as to how that's worked in operation. And now you kind of have the Procurement Act in place, and I wonder whether there's any spin on that perspective that you might have with some of your learnings from the TOMs and how that's kind of been in place.
Yes, I guess in terms of the first question about the Procurement Act more generally, I would say some of the key things it's trying to achieve, as well as the transparency, is the kind of more innovation in procurement, not being too sort of process driven, but trying to genuinely get the best supplier, and that element of sort of removing barriers to access for small businesses, which is really important. And I guess we can't really achieve that alone as like a social value team. I think it really needs to be driven by like the senior leadership, the procurement team, and commissioners. And I know they really do want to seize that opportunity, but then also there are some challenges just because of getting to grips with everything and how new it is. So I think there's definitely a lot more work to be done there. And then in terms of, social value, have I just turned it off? I don't know. Social value portal and the TOMs, I think in some ways benefited from coming along relatively early after the Social Value Act, and everyone was trying to figure out how do we evaluate social value, and coming up with a early and quite concrete framework that said, do this, here are all of the measures you can commit to, and also we'll put a financial value on it, so then everyone will see sort of an immediate value that helps you communicate that. And then also, because that was a sort of relatively a system that told you how to do it, it was adopted by a lot of local authorities, which then sort of led to it becoming quite widespread. And that's really good as a starting point, but we have then seen the social value model and other sort of competitors, measurement frameworks. In some ways it's difficult because some of them you have to pay to access, some of them are free, and then some councils are trying to do their own thing. So we do have this slightly sort of fractured landscape, and there's not an easy solution unless the government sort of imposes one system on everybody. But I do think we're seeing that sort of next step of, okay, how do we go beyond maybe these very by-the-book metrics, and sort of does that get the actual outcomes that we want to achieve? So we are using the TOMS, and it addresses a lot of challenges we would otherwise have about being able to actually follow through and see if these commitments are being delivered, and having an oversight of what we've got, but we don't have to be so rigid and by the book that we're purely driven by, say, the financial values attached to metrics. And I do very much try to encourage that internally, that we can see it as a flexible system. We can kind of hold people to account, but also adapt to what the situation is. So that's the starting point. We also, as a next step, very much want to look at that part that's about connecting up suppliers with local BCSEs, with sort of helping facilitate those partnerships, and also, which we haven't mentioned, links to sort of teams within the council, like the Employment and Skills Hub. We have a lot of teams that are proactively seeking to work with local businesses and employers, and Social Value can help sort of drive that engagement, and then also help these suppliers deliver their commitments, so they're not just trying to figure it out all from scratch. So I think it's good that we have critique of maybe sometimes a system. We should challenge, does it drive the right outcomes? But also it's really difficult if you instead moved away and just had a written statement, then it becomes so woolly that it's very hard to compare or follow through. So we're all still trying to figure it out.
That's really wonderful. Thank you so much, Grace and Pete. I'm really mindful of time, and I was just half expecting Rupert to look at me and do this, but he didn't. Just on a real closing point, just obviously I know I've said some nice things at the start of this conversation about Pete and Grace. I do genuinely mean that. I think for those of you that are if you're having difficulty with kind of tendering and looking at work, I think sometimes we forget that for a commercial or a procurement approach and system, there's generally human beings behind all of those. And here are two of the ones that if you don't know them really well enough already, you're going to want to, because they're amenable to that discussion and conversation. Grace is heavily knowledgeable in her space as well, and Pete's already told you the steep learning curve he's had, so we know it's not an easy space. This is not a one answer that's going to fit everybody, but we need to talk. And I think often what we sometimes forget is for local authorities and for contracting individuals to actually have that conversation, and I think often we think it's too scary, or maybe they don't want to, and actually I think hopefully today you're seeing that they do want to. They want to talk to you, they want to know what the challenges are, and they want to know how they can resolve and fix that. And I've just said that on their behalf. I'm sure they don't disagree. Is that, yeah?
It's all recorded now, it's too late.
Awesome, perfect, wonderful. Thank you so much.
One last question about Lewis.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. I mean, I'm a 12 years social entrepreneur, okay? First 2 years needed money from anywhere, so I was a factory bloke, I was process driven, didn't understand the charity world, did do some work for the council, never again, never ever again. The process was really easy. What they don't tell you is you are delivering their agenda. When you're signing up to do something, which is a fair point, but never work for the council again after that. What I've been through though is the theory of change, outputs, outcomes, key value indicators, and then monetarising those key value indicators into an SROI. So I've done that 3 times with different organisations. It's pretty straightforward, it's not 5 pages, it's none of that, The 2 factors that are by far the biggest influencer in that are the local economic multiplier and the workforce demographic. The rest of it is just the 80-20 rule. So if you employ people locally, the pound gets spent 6 times through. So there should be entry-level requirements on these people. And the workforce demographic these people should reflect their customer base, which is society. And that also solves your employability problem in one fell swoop. And those should be not promise is they should have those things in place before you even apply for the job. And then you haven't got to worry about are they doing it or not. If you haven't got a workforce demographic that broadly reflects society in terms of disabilities, criminals, drug users, BAME people, giving them the same opportunity, you're doing a complete disservice to the taxpayer, because I know our money is not being spent in its best way. So a social return on investment is really easy to do, it's not difficult. For big organisations, you just got to get your checkbook out and write a cheque, and that will give you everything you want. So it's really, really, really easy to do. And I've done it 3 times, so in my experience, we're not the biggest, but we're not the smallest either now. So, and by not working for you, we can set our own agenda. So our target of change is the system, not the individuals constrained by it.
I think that's a really powerful message, because the solutions are absolutely in this room. Sometimes in hearing things like demonstrating social return on investment as being straightforward, it presumably is music to several people's ears on this. I know it's an agenda that a lot of people have worked on for quite a while. Point noted about your experience of working with the council. Yes.
So there's a dilemma that I'm kind of sat with, and I'm not sure you'll be able to answer it, but commissioning and procurement is mainly driven by predetermined outcomes. And many of us are working in a space where we're working in the space of co-production, where we're intentionally trying to shift power and control into the hands of community members so that they feel that they've got control over their own lives. So there's a question around who determines what the right outcomes are, because in one area it's different to another area. And that often means that VCS organisations in particular are working in the space of emergence, where we're trying to work with co-produce solutions. So it's really difficult to predict the social value or relational outcomes that kind of emerge from these projects. And then sort of further to that, there's the issue that our social and economic conditions are constantly changing. So, even this week, the government is supporting Jaguar Land Rover by changing the EV regulations. Everything's changing around us, so it's really, really difficult to deliver on predetermined outcomes. So I guess it's a question of, how do we create a much more flexible and fluid model? And if I was being really provocative, are the principles and values of principles and practices of social value, are they outdated before they've even mainstreamed?
We'll move on to world peace after that. No, what a fantastic question. In terms of tackling it, the co-creation, I think, is a really important factor, and I totally accept that. If you've got an existing system, so the TOMs, even if we're making a particular selection from those, it's, as you say, it's almost predetermined, and with the kind of procurement angle, the sort of hard procurement angle, sometimes we know that time is limited in order to actually get a particular contract out. We've all been in that sort of position, and sometimes you do take the path of least resistance. I think if you can co-create, and I know that there have been a number of commissioners, or are a number of commissioners in the room, not necessarily with the county council, but as part of your roles. Absolutely co-creation is the way to do it, but I think that does make it very difficult to actually apply social value to it, because, as you say, some of that co-creation means that you're in a new space, you're in new territory, and you don't know what the benefits will be. I mean, I still think, there's a quote from Mandy Burnham around, social value is about improving people's lives, and I think so you can still sort of boil it down to sort of a number of areas, even if you might not be kind of so specific that it makes it restrictive. But I do think absolutely a lot of the commissioners certainly in the county council know that a kind of co-commission model is co-created model is absolutely the best bet. And it links back to what you were saying, Elaine, as well, that I think one of the best models I've seen or that I've been involved in personally locally has been where in the good old days of European funding, if anyone remembers that far back. But the opportunities there for some pump priming money, some capacity building money to help organisations form consortia to actually do the planning before they actually go for the main contract. So I think there are models that have been successful that we need to look at using and taking the best from. But absolutely, it is a big question. I think what we're trying to do at the moment is keep things as consistent, or develop things as consistently as we can. At the moment, we are wedded to a particular model that we're going to need to work through for the next sort of couple of years. But absolutely, that means we will need to look at other solutions as well, hopefully more open ones.
Amazing. That was a really wonderful question to end that on. Thank you so much. Well done, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are. It's the best picture I could find of you, Giff. Right, so we're on to our last speaker before lunch. So Gifford and I have known each other for a long time, so a number of years. And I would say actually, Giff, that he kind of highlighted social value to me. And I was trying to resist in the early days. I was like, no, Gifford, that's not true. The world isn't going this way. But he's been consistent, and we've kind of done our social value journey together. And mainly he's been kind of advising me. So it is with great pleasure that I invite you to listen to Gifford Yates.
Thank you, Rupert. And when we did first work together, I did have a photo of you up in York, and I wish I brought it with me. Welcome everybody, and it's good to be here. I've already had some great conversations with people throughout the day. It's been a fantastic morning. And when we originally were talking about this concept of running this event, Rupert said to me, could you come along and share some things, because we tend to be at the coalface of making a lot of this stuff happen for organisations around the world. And it's been a long journey for us. I mean, I've been in this sort of space, even go back to the ESG days, sort of 2007-ish, so it's been a long journey. And, over those years, Rupert and I have worked together on a few things. We even did a social entrepreneurs workshop in Gloucestershire some years back. So what I'm going to do today is really talk about how organisations are embracing this new area of business. And, business is always evolving. And when I talk about business, I might use the term business, but we operate across every sector. We operate across large organisations. We operate across small businesses, SMEs, charities, NGOs, business schools, etc. So if I'm using that term today, then just sort of interplay that into the different sectors. So what I'll go through today is first a quick introduction about what we do and how we help the organisations go through this. We were thinking originally, when Rupert and I sat down, of saying, well, it's almost like moving from business 1.0 to business 2.0 with this new landscape which is now out there. And that does involve social value. It does involve SDG goals that Rupert picked on earlier, but it also involves CSR, ESG, that whole sort of not just about doing business, but how you do business. That's sort of part of the core transition that businesses are having to make. So we'll go through a number of the things, that some of the tools and techniques that businesses are using to enable the transition, because you as a leader in business can have this idea that you want to transition your business and get everybody to be moving and creating more value and more social good, but you've got to get everybody in the organisation on board to do that. So we'll cover a couple of tools and techniques there. And I'll walk you through a real-life example as to how the mindset of a business manager or a future business manager or a charity manager or even a wannabe entrepreneur, so to speak, can actually start to apply some of this in real life. And then finally, we'll go through a sort of a framework, an embrace framework, which will sort of give you an idea as to how you can bring people along in your organisation, whatever type and whatever sector you're in, to sort of make this happen. So in terms of what we do, we pretty much started in you might say we're in the education space, in other words, helping people understand what the future world of business is going to be like. how organizations then need to see that, understand it, adapt to it, evolve to it. And we tend to do that with, we sort of describe it as sort of developing future leaders for the new world of business, because we're seeing an awful lot of people that have been in business for many, many years not quite understand this evolving landscape and how they can apply it. We're also seeing entrepreneurs come through, young entrepreneurs come through, and how do we get them into that mindset straight away, and how do we sort of give them that leg up? So we even deal at sort of school levels, young people that sort of saying, how do we actually get into this? How do we create a new enterprise, maybe even a social value enterprise? And then in terms of our mindset, just as Rupert said, we've been in this sort of arena as to what's sort of coming down for a long, long time. And I think we created our first sort of, social value sustainability simulation, which back then we were calling conscious capitalism. In other words, we were moving from just this sort of pure capitalism model into something that would actually have value across the piece and to society. And that we launched in 2007. So, sometimes we're a little bit early to the game in our business, and we sort of see things coming down a little bit before many because of the information and data that we get. And so that was launched in 2007. Now, that was immediately picked up by an awful lot of business schools around the world. So you could actually see that the curriculum, even back then, and certainly as we got to sort of 2012, a real momentum coming through to teach the future entrepreneurs and business leaders about a lot of these topics. And typically, we're sort of modeling business and the business landscape some sort of 3 to 5 years out. So quite often we're seeing things, in advance of many, many people because of the way we work, who we work with, who we meet, and what we have to do in terms of our projects. And what I probably will say, and this is probably a bit of a spoiler alert with the bottom one there, is, in 5 years' time, the business world will be significantly different to what it is today. We could do hours of presentations on that, but that's just to give you this thing is not slowing down, right? So, we might have sat down in 05, 06 and saying, how do we actually help people with this transition that's coming? But it went really slow. And, just like Rupert mentioned, it sort of goes slow for quite a while, but then it picks up like a hockey stick, and or a hockey stick curve, and it just went straight up. So right now we're seeing a huge amount of momentum. And I picked up on one comment Rupert made in his piece and also Paul made in his, which was, a lot of this started as almost a voluntary sort of ambition of organizations. And those that were inclined went, yeah, let's do this. But there are organizations that resisted. And so Rupert mentioned about carrot and stick. And I think Paul mentioned about nice to do or must do. And I think I'll give you some hints as to how some of it is actually being, should we say, encouraged to happen quicker. And it's being accelerated now across the organizations. So if we have this concept, I know we've mentioned a couple of this, or some people have mentioned, sort of some of this mindset that we see, back in the sort of the 80s, 90s, 2000s, we saw this, your typical sort of business management model where it was really about driving, financial value. And then we sort of started to evolve into people, profit, planet. And what happened around that was a number of different tools which would help people think about that. It could have been ESG, it could have been PRME for the academics, and then CSR, SDGs now tend to be, some of the core frameworks, and we'll touch on that a bit later on as well. So we're seeing this evolution. And so what it means is that we're now having to work with people across all sectors saying, how do you actually sort of create that mindset and that buy-in and that commitment to this way of thinking about an organization, whether it's a charity, whether it's actually teaching people in business school about the new world of business. How do you sort of bring this into play? And a number of tools have been developed, and there are many for different sectors. So these are just some samples, but what you end up having is, in order to help organizations and people transition, you've got to first give them an understanding as to why it's happening, what sort of tools and frameworks they can use to get an understanding as to how they need to operate differently in business. The one I'd sort of pick on in most organizations nowadays, and certainly if we look at the larger organizations and the business schools, you'd say they're pretty much using the framework of the SDG framework to then not only touch the social value piece, but to touch the CSR piece and the ESG piece, the sustainability piece. It encapsulates pretty much all of that. It's taken a while to get there and to everybody to sort of see that as being one of the core frameworks and everybody to say, yes, we can work with this. And I think it was said earlier on that, maybe Rupert said it, that Next might only pick on 9 of these goals. And this is what happens across the industries. Each industry, you know, whether you're charity business school or your retail or your logistics or your banking, each one of those industries now has core goals which then sit naturally under those sectors. So, and you know, there is a great organisation out there if you are in that sort of space, the business space or even the academic space. You know, you've got PRME, and you've also got Global Compact as well, which is supporting the small businesses and the larger businesses to say, what are some of these goals that are going to be relevant to your particular industries? What we're also seeing as well is that in order to create a bit more momentum in the sort of commercial world was, you know, what about some standards and reporting standards which would then encourage people to actually do more of this and actually commit to more of this, but also to report on it. So you may be familiar that if you're doing counting for your organisation, you're going to have some accounting principles that you have to abide by. Nowadays, what we're seeing that some of those same organisations are then building in the social value and the sustainability piece into some of those metrics too. Some of the larger organisations already have to report that every quarter. So it started with the larger organisation, it's filtering its way down, and it's then going to touch every sector, every organisation, no matter how big, small they are. You know, and we're seeing from Paul's business that he's adopting it voluntarily and sort of pushing it through, but it'll eventually sort of feed out much more as almost regulatory, if you like, in some cases in some industries. So, and then we have, and behind initiatives as well, I mean, I've put up here some of the sort of initiatives which are very useful for organisations to sort of just at least get some good touch points and some good tools to use. But you're also actually seeing initiatives which are a little bit more of a stick than a carrot. So if you see some industries now, we've got some customers that are currently being encouraged to do certain things through, it's, you know, it could be their finance, could be through finance, in other words, the banks, it could be through their investors, and it could also be through some of their insurance organisations. So they're putting the criteria in their services that they're offering to those. And I once worked with one of the very first sustainability lending managers of one of the large international banks, and that was going back in 2014. So they were already working on it then. But nowadays we've got one client in particular, and if you don't think that this sort of carrot stick approach is, you know, has reached a point where people are paying attention, one of our customers at the moment, international customer, they have just had to commit to 1.5 billion to do some of the SDG goals, and they've had to fund that in order to do it. And the pressure for them actually came from their investors. So, you know, it is happening, and the momentum is there. So companies are now saying, okay, well, we've got to get everybody on board with this, and how do we do that? So yes, there's plenty of tools out there which you can use, and certainly with regards to, you know, keeping track of how you're doing, you know, you've got, Paul showed the B Corp tool of his, but also you've got other tools in there which are measuring the SDG reporting and automating it as well. So if you are bidding, and we're seeing this in tenders as well, not just with the local tenders, we do international tenders and we do corporate tenders and academic tenders. Now we're actually seeing the tender process include a lot of this as part of the bid. So, and you'll need that information, that data at hand. So there are plenty of tools for you as organisations and your organisations to actually automate an awful lot of that. What we're also seeing as well is tools that the consumers can use as well. So some of you might actually right now have a banking app, and the banking app, you can look at it and it will say about your CO2 emissions for everything you've spent. And I know NatWest has got one, and many other banks have too. So we're actually seeing the principles, if you like, of some of the SDG goals, the principles behind all of that then feeding its way down now into the consumer space. So if you're selling to consumers, and if your organisation is in that space, you're actually probably going to start to see consumers not just making a decision about, should I buy that, but also, out of all the options I've got, you know, which one is going to start to affect their sort of CO2, you know, credits or scores, which they've got on their apps at the moment. So that's that on that. And the other bit in terms of tools, I think, is, you know, is that continual investment in your management, your leadership team, and your employees, because they're the ones that ultimately have to buy into this as well and have to sort of understand how they need to change behaviour or what other things they need to think about to take the business forward. Sometimes it's quite obvious, sometimes it's nice and straightforward, But there are then times which cause real dilemmas. You know, we've seen real dilemmas in businesses where the employees or managers are saying, you're telling me to be productive, you're telling me to be efficient, you're telling me to get these KPIs every month, but you want me to do it this way. Well, this way, although it might tick some of the SDG goals, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do both. You know? So you have those debates and discussions with your management teams, and it's about helping them understand, you know, how that is valuable to the business in the long term, what impact it's going to make on the business in the long term, and how they can adapt and buy into that. So what I was going to do is give you a very light example of how some of the managers we've worked with have had to go through that. And this example is a consumer-based product, but when we were typically training people about, you know, understanding business, you might say, okay, you're going to be selling a product. Now, whether you're a charity providing a service, you know, whether you're a social value business providing a service out there, or even a business school providing a service to the students, you're still going to have to think about this, you know, cost, benefit, value, proposition to the market, to your customers. How do you satisfy that? I've just chosen this example because it's a nice one to illustrate in terms of the mindset that needs to change and the levels of information and decisions that organizations are now having to think about. You know, in Business 1.0, you could just say, okay, we're going to make something, it's going to cost us this to make, and we're going to sell it. Off we go. And so long as we're actually then creating value for the organization, we just keep doing that. And we'll flex a little bit based on what the consumers want and what the competitors are doing. Now what we're doing is we're adding all these extra elements to the thoughts of managers. And depending on which industry you're in and which segment, you're going to have other things added to this, where you're going to have to, instead of it being a simple decision, does it impact the financial return of the business? Yes, no. Instead of it being as simple as that, sort of one level, if you like, you've now got to go a couple of levels and add a few more levels to it. So you might actually say, well, where are we sourcing the products from? You know, can we do it locally? Are there any costs associated? You know, we've seen costs put onto certain, you know, materials and solutions, you know, because of, you know, these sort of environmental taxes nowadays, end of life costs, particularly with plastic, things like that. One of our customers, a large logistics company, is going through the entire decarbonisation process of their entire organisation. So you'll have that piece coming into it as well. But on the other side, on the actual consumer side, what you've got to think about is how would the landscape change based on, you know, what's going on in the minds of the consumers, you know. So for example, if we look at the marketing one on the bottom right-hand side there, you could be saying, well, if the consumers are now looking for a product which you know, delivers more social value, it delivers more sustainability, it's better for the planet, better for the people, then how are you putting that message out there in the marketplace? You know, what is the perception about your business and how it does business and what value it then gives back? And obviously nowadays social media is a very powerful and pervasive tool for that. But then also top right there with some of the customers we've had is their market can change as a result of some of the moves in this type of landscape. So for example, if you were selling something like luggage, you would probably right now be feeling a little bit of pain on the fact that, you know, a lot of corporate travel policies have changed now. So a lot of the major international companies these days, you know, pretty much are, you know, more or less their meetings are Zoom only these days. You know, and that obviously accelerated over the past 5 years rapidly. So as well as actually looking at some of these sides, you've got to look at the other side and say, well, how's that going to affect, you know, the actual demand for our products and the mix of our products and the makeup of our products, you know, and, you know, what about the consumer side? So we've got the corporate side maybe reducing a little bit, but what about the consumer side? You know, are they going to actually start to pay more attention to this? And if so, does it mean that this particular product line that we have in our organisation, you know, has to be redesigned or has to, you know, be you know, a different price point or made in a different way, or even, you know, does it mean we've got to put focus on some of our other products because this one might be reducing? So it's all about evaluating the landscape as to how this will all apply to your organisation. Whether it's a service you're putting out there or whether it's a product you're putting out there, it's evaluating that landscape. So what I'll do now is just build onto that and go through this short framework which will give you an idea in terms of how we help managers, students, entrepreneurs think about the new world of business and how they actually start to prepare themselves so that they can embrace it, but also, you know, sort of become a sustainable business in the process. So if we take the framework embrace, then one of the important pieces that we've seen, and certainly many of the conversations over the years that Rupert and I have had, is, what is actually going on in the landscape? What's going on with the business landscape? What's going on with the financial landscape, the consumer landscape, the student landscape, the business school landscape, the charity landscape, the voluntary sector? What's going on in that entire landscape? Because it is shifting, and it is shifting a lot faster now than it was back then when we first started talking. And I think one of this is probably the area that over the 20 plus years that we as an organisation have been helping managers, leaders and future leaders, is one of the things that we've spotted that, and even small business owners to some extent, they don't put enough focus on, is really evaluating what's going on in their market. Really in detail, and really understanding what's coming, not just now, what are we facing now with today's issues, but where is our industry going? Where are our customers going? Yeah? What's happening, with the banks? What's happening with the regulation? What's happening with, the political situation? So I'd say that's probably one of the most important places to start, because the world is changing rapidly with regards to this. And these are just some examples of some of the documents that we are right now accessing on some of our projects to try and get an understanding as to what's coming down the pipe. So, there are so many good resources out there at the moment. They don't cost anything to get, but there are so many things. So, if right now you're saying, well, we're serving, consumers, or we're serving, people who need our services in the local community, then, you might jump into a report which is all about, the cities, what's coming to the cities, across Britain over the next couple of years. How do we think cities are going to change over the coming years? How is that going to change how people live, work, travel, etc.? Some reports there about some of the decarbonisation plans for the UK. Does that affect your industry? Finding some of the frameworks like the UN Global Compact there. Whether finance is going to change. If you're an organisation that's very heavy on finance from the banks, or debt finance, or from investors, how are they changing who they work with, and what rates they give you, and whether they'll support you or not? We deal with a lot of the major banks, and one of the major banks actually, pulled an entire division because it wasn't meeting the SDG goals. So that has an impact on that environment too. And then you've got, if other people are, again, consumer or on the right-hand side there, personal carbon allowance, that is how the consumers start to think about their buying decisions now. Not just about how much does it cost and does it do the job, but what else is behind that from the supplier they're dealing with. You've even got the shipping industry where, there's a lot of sectors, if you're importing, getting things brought in, then you'll see that there are some pressure points in there as well, because they're going to sort of, green marine, if you like. So there's many, many things out there, but this is just a sample of what we've currently working on at the moment. But for you as an organisation, where can you get this information? And there is a lot out there, there really is. And it's really about assessing where in 3 to 5 years' time will your space be, and what does that mean for you? And the more foresight you can have, I think, the more you can be prepared, and you can then start to help your colleagues, employees, customers really adapt to that. And then from that thinking, what's the market impact? Are you likely to see, if you're, let's say you're sort of looking out for, the homeless situation in Gloucestershire, you might say, well, what does the environment look like in 3 years' time? Does that mean more? Does it mean less? What would cause that? Where, if you're if you're a business which is starting to think, am I dealing with consumers that use their disposable income to buy what I have? Then how's that going to change? Is it going up or down? Where's inflation going? So there's a lot of different things that can impact your customers and the people you provide a service to. And that will be one of the discussions that you might have with your senior teams. But then following on from that, once you've got an understanding of the changing landscape and the market impact in your sector and your segment, your location, then what impact is it going to have on your organisation? And again, I use the word business, but it could be charity, it could be an organisation of any sort, really. It could be a business school, And we've already heard, from Katia today that there are changing dynamics in the business world. There already are. It's especially on the international side. So, what does that mean? And then really, how would you assess this? We do things called, business simulations, where we're putting the managers into a simulated environment And that simulated environment's very realistic, and we're saying to them, okay, make some changes. How would you actually assess that? And that would be part of it, because that will then inform your responses. What are you going to do about it? Is it really going to affect us? Is it going to affect us in a good way, in a bad way? What does it need we need to do? And what responses then can we come up with for the organisation? And it's not just about saying, oh, well, these are going to be negative impacts because it's going to mean this, that, and the other. It could also be that you expose some opportunities for more of your services in the area as well. So it could be on both sides. And then we get to the point where a lot of people come to us and say, well, how do we actually get everybody in the organisation prepared? And how do we get them on board? And how do we get them committed? And how do we get them to actually action all of this? And that comes down then to obviously coming up with an action plan for your organisation, but also to have a discussion with the teams to say, this is what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I think the why is an important part. Quite often we can put action plans out there, but if people don't understand the why, it's very hard to understand, you know, how much effort they need to put in and how much commitment they're going to put behind what you're asking them to do. And so the next bit then is actually gaining the commitment of your entire team. And you know, I think that really is a discussion with your teams, and it really is. There are many different ways you can do it. I've seen people who do it through, you know, group discussions. People would do it by storyboarding. People who do it through training sessions. And it's really about helping them understand why you're doing it as a business or an organisation, but then also what that might mean for the future. Is this creating a better future for everybody concerned and everybody you touch as an organisation? And then the final one, and you know, I did share this framework with Rupert the other day, and we said that, you know, the final one is execute, and that's not the people that don't get on board. This is actually of the plan, right? So, you know, but not only execute, because I think one of the things we've learned when organisations are going through the transition is, how are you measuring it regularly, and how are you sharing that regularly with your team? If people can see that they're winning, and it's there to see, whether that's a scoreboard, whether it's a notice board, whatever it happens to be, that seems to keep the momentum going, because people can see that every single week they're having a positive difference in the organisation. So that was the framework which you know, certainly helps teams and businesses adjust to this coming new world of business. And yes, I really do think, you know, most businesses, organisations we work, they're really sort of on board on how they are having an impact on the wider world, you know, the planet, the people, but also the value they're bringing to society as a whole. It really has transitioned over the years that we've been talking about it, which is good to see. And you know, on that note, you know, for myself, you know, I'm currently working on a plan at the moment where I'm trying to understand how we can actually provide this to more and more, certainly younger students. Yes, we deal and we provide our services free of charge to schools to really help the young entrepreneurs to sort of understand this as well. We deal with a lot of schools across the UK. But I'm really sort of keen to understand, you know, how can we help our younger generations, those that are wanting to move into the business world, the social value world, the charity world, the government world, really understand the changing landscape so that they go into their new chapter of their lives, you know, with the better tools and the better understanding of how the world is changing at the moment. So it is an exciting time to be, you know, in business and in organisations. There is a lot on the go at the moment. The momentum is not slowing down. It really is sort of picking up pace now, and I think, you know, what we see in the room here today is just a sign of that. You know, when we started talking about this, you know, many years back, you know, it really was just Rupert and I over a coffee in some hotel in the middle of nowhere. That's pretty much where it was back then. And you know, and listening to the stories today, this morning in particular, you know, of what's going on here in Gloucestershire right now is you know, it is quite heartwarming to see how things have changed in that relatively short space of time, really. So yeah, and I think that's all from me. So thank you very much, everybody.
You don't get that question.
Am I waiting? Yes.
Any questions? I've got a question for you. And it's one that we've spoken about many times.
Yes.
That all that you presented here today is absolutely fantastic. But you may think it relates to a big corporate, you know, really tiny organisations. And where, does that affect us? Can we hide? What?
So you're thinking in particular with if you're a smaller organisation, let's say, like we've heard this morning. Yeah. So I think the landscape itself is changing. I'll start with that. The whole landscape is changing. And what tends to happen when you see these big changes go across the world, basically, is you will typically see the larger companies, I'll say, get on board first. They'll be encouraged in some cases to get on board. But it's almost like, okay, it gets there first. They've got the resources, they've got the money, the investors are behind it. It's a big win to get those on board first. What we are seeing is we're seeing it come down every single organisation and every sort of sector. I mean, if you go back 3-4 years ago, I don't think there was many business schools that were putting the SDG goals on their staff profiles, whereas now we do. So I think it is changing across the board, but I think what we're seeing is it's gradually sort of coming down. And we're getting to the point now where if you look at since early 2024, most of the large international listed companies have had to report on all of this every quarter. And you can download their reports, they're very thorough, they've got huge teams working on this, and they're doing a great job. That's a huge resource, but it then comes down and it filters its way down. So I think most of the big boys have got it now. It filters its way down to the mid-sized companies, then it filters its way down to the smaller-sized companies, and so on and so forth. I think what we are seeing is that there are a number of different areas, depending on which sector you're in, that will start to provide the incentive for you to do it. So it could be that you might then get a discussion with your bank manager, and the bank manager might then talk about sustainable finance. So it might come that way. It might be that you're doing some reporting, financial reporting, and now you've got to report on other things. It might be that you're doing a tender, and now you've actually got to add that piece into the tender. So yes, it's gonna happen, but there's always this lag. And eventually, yes, it will just become normal. So just like we did a huge amount of work in sort of 2008, 2009 with, the coming sort of internet and how that was changing everything, especially with the retail and so forth. Then, 2020, we saw how that changed on the, virtual meeting space. So these things happen, and this is also happening, but it's happening in stages. And certainly, I would say, and when I said, spoiler alert, 5 years' time, the world of business and the world of commerce will be different, yes, but for everyone in this room, I would suggest that in the next couple of years alone, you will start to see more and more of this being adopted. And the challenge then is, as it becomes norm, and it becomes norm in society, just like Paul was saying with his business, is that, if a customer's then thinking, do we go to the Cotswold Beds company or do we go to another one? They'll probably take those factors into account. What is this business like? Do we really want to do business with this company? Or do we want to do business with that company? So it then becomes just part of doing business and part of operating in this environment. Good. Yeah, question at the back?
As a small not-for-profit, everyone is already on board. We're a sustainable values organisation. But it's how do our customers are not our income because of what we deliver.
Sure.
How do we harness the resources and the capacity to put these frameworks in place and show that is what we are, a sustainable organisation?
So would you say you've got them in place internally?
Yes.
You have, yes? But this is about demonstrating.
The organisation, yes.
Sorry?
By the nature of the organisation,
yes.
We are a values-driven organisation.
Yes, I'm just checking if your question is about how you demonstrate that outside.
So how do we harness the resources and the capability to put these frameworks in place?
Okay. Now, I'd pretty much, if I was in your shoes, I'd be thinking, can you do a lot of this internally? Is that because of time or? Resource, yeah. Because a lot of the frameworks and the tools, they are available there free of charge, and the processes and the paperwork is all available free of charge. I think what it takes is time, and it takes the willingness of the leaders in the business to say, we've got to carve some time out to do this. But getting external people in, certainly as a small entity, that might not be feasible to do that. And I think it's how do you elevate that up in, and I think this is what we find across many of our companies, whether they're big or small, right? Because if a large company chooses to do this, we're not just talking a few £1,000s, we're talking millions. So whichever size company, they still have that dilemma of how to do it. And I think with the smaller size companies, it's about, is this going to go up the to-do list, so to speak, being blunt about it? Is it going to be going up the to-do list? And what's the value for us going forward? If we see it as a very valuable investment, and that will then enable our business to do better, to provide better tomorrows for everybody else, then how do we make that happen? I'm not going to suggest you call in lots of expensive people to do it. I'm suggesting that I think what's happened with this particular evolution of this new world of business and is that a lot of these tools have actually already been funded and provided for. So a lot of the hard work, has been done. It's then just how we implement it in our own organisation. And I think for everyone it's different, but I don't think there's a simple answer apart from can we carve time out? And I know we're all stuck with that one, aren't we? Paul?
I'd just like to add to that.
Yeah, sure.
So if you've got ambitions to grow, and if that growth plan requires you to secure impact investment at any stage, then I can see the value of what this
Yes,
is. Certainly the investors will talk about a 3 to 5 year horizon scan, so for the E, and then once you've got the money, it all becomes about the brace. And in my organisation, the brace happens about 6 times a day. So that bit of, jab and move because of the emergent opportunities, but that part of it's much more rapid than the actual strategic planning.
Yes.
But in terms of an investor's piece, if you can show them something like that, whether it's that one you use or whatever, then when they come and do the due diligence and invariably make the recommendations of the things you have to improve on before they give you the money, you've got a framework to talk around. I think it helps frame that. And in my experience, nowadays the investment finance is hybrid finance. So they'll say there's £100,000, and you'll say, well, I've got to do this for 20 grand, and they'll go, well, on the basis that our money's in for 100,000, write to the key fund access, tell them you need 20 grand, just a little letter, and you'll have it in the post tomorrow. So all the people that you've applied to for grant funding, who wouldn't give you money, when the investor's money comes in, can't give you it quick enough.
Yeah.
Provided you can demonstrate that it is for a structural piece that they can measure against.
And to add to your point, I think we are seeing a shift in investors, and impact investors. There's a lot more of them than there ever was.
There's more investors than there is people who give money to them.
Yeah. Okay, Paul.
Thanks for that. Very good. I'm a great believer in dashboards.
Yes.
So I've got a great financial dashboard. It works perfectly. I can see it on my phone every day. But I'd love now to be able to link that with my sustainability, etc., etc. So I've got the whole thing on one dashboard, so I can see it every moment, if you like. Is there such a thing out there? Yes. Is there something out there?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I personally was running a dashboard team, I don't know, some 20 or so years ago when they were just, a good concept, and the power of them. I mean, we used to actually run a dashboarding process for a lot of companies in order to provide that information to the workers, because the remarkable thing is that humans are remarkable, workers are remarkable, and if you give them a target and you actually put it up on the board and you watch them work to it, they'll do remarkable things. It's absolutely incredible. The power of a scorecard should not be underestimated. It's absolutely stunning. But there's lots of tools out there at the moment. There's digital ones. There's even standard, and we used to use a lot of whiteboard ones in the factory settings, like yours. Just put a whiteboard up, put the matrix up, put the numbers on, and it pretty much manages itself. But absolutely, I'd certainly say that's a great thing to do. Yeah, definitely. To keep people focused on it. Yeah, absolutely. Did you have a question? Oh.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I just wanted to add to your question. So I've seen the simulation program that Gilbert was talking about. It's truly excellent, it's very sophisticated, and it yields a lot of information and knowledge for sure. But on a smaller scale, we as a university partner with the county council, and we have a group of like-minded people who are called the Gloucestershire Sustainability Champions. And I inherited the leadership of this group from a formidable woman who couldn't be with us today, Claire Fayers. And we host the Gloucestershire Sustainability Champions. There's no membership fee, there are no requirements, and it's a group of bed and breakfast owners, voluntary sector people from all over the country, and we talk about how we can offer support. For example, you're launching a website, you want to put a payment platform on it, you're not quite sure if it's secure, we'll assign experts, i.e. our students, from the university. It's a project for them. We link up like-minded employers, and they'll talk about their experiences of traffic on their website, how to increase that, how to toggle the Google search term so that in the county your business appears first. So these simple tricks that we think are simple, you just need to know how to do them, and then it's easy to do them. So if you were interested in being invited to the next Gloucestershire Sustainability Champions, it is on sustainability at the moment because it is something that businesses are interested in, then it's free to come, we even offer you a cup of tea. And the topic is suggested by the members. And that could be one way you can access those resources, but also share stories. Thanks.
Good, great. And I'll end with a quick offer. So Rupert and I, a couple of years back, did a session for sort of young social entrepreneurs. And we have a commitment in our organisation to work with the younger generation. And we deal a lot with the school-age children to sort of give them an understanding about, if they're interested in going into business, or if they're interested in understanding a little bit more about business before they make any sort of major career choices, then we do run simulations where they can sort of run a virtual coffee shop with the sort of sustainability piece in it. And it's really good fun. They operate in teams. It's like a game. It's all good fun. But if anybody is interested or has groups that you might think would benefit from that, then that's just my offer for you today. It's great to see all the good work that's going on around here, but certainly one of our commitments is to the younger generations and helping them sort of understand some of their future directions in this world. So we'll put that out there for you today. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any final questions? What's next?
Yes.
So what's next? So we're going to do this again. Of course we are. So we're going to make it an annual event. We'll have Gloucestershire Social Value Week again. Actually, next year is Collaborate, Communicate and Prosper is the next year's theme. We've got some really good speakers lined up already. So we've got the governess from HMS Prisons, the current Deputy Chief of Police. We've got lined up. I think we've got somebody. So we're starting that work already, which is really exciting. So we have to continue the momentum because that's how we get the change. Like I say, we started here 10 years ago, and the stop and start doesn't progress anything. It just stops and starts. What's different now is that we have a real purpose behind that. So organisations like ourselves, Social Value, is a real tangible action that we all need to be aware of and that we all need to do. And that's a huge change because it gets people in the room like we are here today, and it gets people really interested. So that's what's next. And in between, there'll be a lot. I'll be reaching out to you all in between that to see how we add the value, and then we increase the numbers, and we keep going, and then we start making Gloucestershire a great place, or a better place than it is now through our social value. So, that's what's next. I'm forming that in my head. Any other questions?
Sorry, I've been vocal today. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. That's why I invited you.
the start of the meeting, we said two objectives, which I think have been met beautifully, actually, which was the relationship of the public sector to the charity relationship. The second one was the tendering process and its relationship to the charity section. So in both of those, the charity sector plays a subservient role. Okay. I don't believe we should play a subservient role, and I just wonder why the language of social enterprise has disappeared from the agenda here in Gloucestershire.
And you're absolutely right about the subservient role. I mean, I've been in and around this for 15 years, and I've been trying to change that kind of landscape to move it to that equal role. And it's really tough. Yeah. Businesses, you know, it's not their primary purpose, is it? You know, primary purpose is, as Giff alluded to, you know, in business 1.0 is profit. And you know, as third sector organisations, our primary purpose is very different. And over the years, sometimes trying to marry those two things up together has been extremely challenging. And I hear what you say about, you know, that missing language. Hopefully, we're starting to get to a place where some of that starts appearing back in. But the only person that can drive that is us. Right? Yeah. So we need to come together to kind of drive those conversations and move those forward, because it won't happen on its own. And I think there are external factors that drive different agendas, you know, whether that be political or whatever they might be. But I think it's really important that we have a platform and a voice to talk about these things and strengthen each other in that kind of journey. So hopefully when we come together next year, we'll see some progress on that. We'll certainly have a new and a different agenda, and then we just keep pushing that forward.
Can I come in, Rupert? Partly to address that, I think that, I like the phrase, I'm going to look at my quote Pat here, that form follows function. So rather than looking at whether or not it's social enterprise or voluntary sector or business, what's the function? And I liked Paul's bit about planet proof, but actually I prefer C words myself, which is a revelation, but I do prefer C words. But community cohesion is what I'm seeing today, that actually we're all here, regardless of sector, to say we all want a better county, we want to see a more cohesive county. If you want to have that, then you don't look to business to provide it, you don't look to the local authority to provide it, or even to the voluntary sector to provide it. We look at all of us. And for me, it's about embedding that we go, yes, we do want a cohesive community, that's what we want. Then we might start getting to better answers as to where the argument's coming from. So we might start seeing that there is a desire for more socially minded business, more social enterprise. We may see that the voluntary sector isn't just comes to last, it's actually first at the table. But we've got to agree that that's our vision. We do believe that that's what we want. And I think that's maybe what's been missing a little bit of late in my eyes.
And I also think we have an opportunity to move that forward. Right.
Just to follow up on exactly that point, I think one of the struggles I have is that in terms of what you're talking about, we're still trying to apply a measure based on financial norms. So if we're talking about social value, we're talking about returns. And in my head, I'm so far away from that point of view because I think with the work we're trying to do with a lot of community organisations, that's not our way of thinking. So it's a real struggle. And I think with that measure of money being the baseline indicator, whoever's got the money has the power. And so if we're reframing it in terms of what we're trying to achieve, then it's a reframing of where are the appropriate resources to achieve the goals. And I think that's the bit I always really struggle with, because I think we tend to come at it from two different endpoints, which can be quite polarising. And our midpoint might be the same, but I think because we're using very different languages to get to that point, it's a real struggle. And I think that's where one of the problems of that power imbalance happens. And I think as a community organisation, we've kind of almost gone through that similar journey with funders. And I think 30 Persons is a really good example of a funder who kind of like, you know, traditional funder goes, oh, we want this, this and this. And we've said, actually, look, we know we'll get there somehow, but can you just fund our process? you know, can you just trust us a bit and let's do what we want to do? And like you were saying earlier, in terms of we're not sure what the end result's going to be. Let's get on with our work. Something will happen.
Yeah.
We're quite comfortable with that, but when we have to put that in the language of returns and money, that's where it becomes really problematic. And I think somehow addressing even just the language or the philosophy behind that, I think is really crucial to all of this.
So,
A point was made earlier about whether we are social value as not quite caught up with the times, and are we already out of date? I know we've talked about measures, and I appreciate the panel that we were on talked about measures and outcomes. But actually, if we looked at where we are currently, I think social enterprises is not a loss of language. If anything, I think there's a challenge for big organisations to know how to have access to them. So I know on a personal note, I've had multiple challenges internally where we have to challenge a status norm, and we have to have internal dialogue to say, I know you've got a more competitive rate with a national supplier, but here's a social enterprise doing significantly more work. And actually what we don't measure them on is that social value return on investment, by the way. What we actually look for is, well, like I sit in a place where I'm having to try and help people understand, you cannot look at it as a social value return on investment anymore. Monetary association to outcomes is pie in the sky, unfortunately, if we're being really honest about it. We attribute a monetary amount to something determined by who. So when we say that there's a local person employed and that's worth £32,000, whatever it might be, how is that determined? So we're moving to an era, whether we like it or not, that actually it's not going to be about the proxy anymore. It's not going to be about the financial social value return on investment. It's actually going to be about the impact. It's going to be about what did you achieve and what impact did that have locally. And I don't care about how much you think it's worth, because guess what? The person sat at number 32 on Sow Street here isn't sat there going, isn't it amazing that we saw that social value return on investment? It means nothing to them when they're trying to pay the bills and keep the heating on and trying to live their daily life. So the narrative has to change. So actually we have to evolve to that, and I would challenge positively the BCSEs in the room to say actually what you need to do is bang on doors of businesses, potentially like ours and others in the room, to say we need to have a better conversation here, because currently the conversation has to be about what is the impact, how are we driving it, and what are your current commercial arrangements at the moment, and what are they supplying for you, and look at what we can do, because it's 10 times better. And that's currently what I personally see doesn't happen enough of. And I think that's a lot of the time, and it's not, by the way, something that I think it's because there's so many wonderful organisations out there, I don't think they quite know who and where to pitch to. And equally, you've got companies that the easiest routes to go is what they've always done. And I think like conversations like this have to challenge that norm and have to challenge the way that goes. But social enterprises are the gems of our society, and actually they need to play a bigger role. So it's not about them being subservient, it's a misunderstanding of the role they play, how to access them, and understanding that if they do come at a more expensive cost to a current supplier, that's because it adds a different type of value that you're not quantifying, but you need to absolutely take account of and needs to play a role. And that's an education piece that needs to occur. And I would challenge that that's currently not an education piece that's happening enough. But I guess my point is, it's not subservient, it's not a word that's lost, but it needs to be better on the agenda.
Okay. Anything finally? Actually, I think we've done the summary, Rob. So, we're going to bring it to a close. But what I'd really, really like to say is thank you to our speakers, who have been brilliant. Just a final round of applause for them, please. And I'd also like to thank each and every one of you, because actually, as you'll know, face-to-face these days is quite difficult, isn't it? Getting people in a room, sat down, and attending is really difficult. And then when they closed that road over yonder on Friday, I was like, please, do you know what? Last night I was like, they must have opened it. And at 3 o'clock this morning, I was like, they still haven't opened it. So to see so many of you here and making the effort and challenging the traffic, it's been, it's a really big thanks from myself personally. So thank you very much. Don't forget to do some sharing. That's really important to move our journey forward. And now there's some lunch waiting for you outside, so we'll just continue networking. And yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I'm starving. Oh, right.
Lovely Emily. Absolutely gorgeous. Do I need to hold it? Hi Becky, thank you so much for joining me today. So Becky, how have you found this morning?
Emily, it's been amazing. Honestly, I work for the NHS and never a day is the same, but today has been truly extraordinarily different, I have to say. I've learnt from so many different people, from the voluntary and community sector, from business, from education. It's been a real eye-opener. And what I have really been struck by is the similarities and the similar challenges and the similar opportunities that we've all got. So, yeah, it's been great. I've really, really, really enjoyed it. And congratulations to everybody who's been organising it. They've done a fantastic job. I'm already looking forward to next year, and I'm hoping I might be asked to contribute, possibly.
You know, absolutely. I think the panel and the speakers and the sessions have been so good today. Is there anything for you that's been really stand out that you watched this morning?
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of work with some of the community organisations that have been involved, and there was a panel discussion at the beginning, and there were 5 people sitting in that panel, and I'm thinking, I know that I work with at least 3 of them, but I'd really like to work with the other 2. But equally, I then looked over my shoulder and I saw a room full of other people that I thought, yeah, I really want to work with you over the next 12 months. So yeah, fantastic.
And you said that you're looking forward to next year and that you'd like to be part of that. What do you think social values means to you as a obviously as a part of the NHS?
So the heading for next year, I know that I can remember 2 of the words. So there was collaborate and there was communicate. So the job that I do in the NHS is around working with people and communities, engaging with them, finding out what's important to them, finding out about their experiences. And I'm just thinking there's a real opportunity for next year to bring some of that conversation into the discussion about social value. And I really want to sit down and talk with Rupert about it after today and work out how we're going to make that happen for next year.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Hi Leah, it's lovely to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today at the Social Values Week. Lee, you were on the panel earlier. Really great content, really enjoyed it. How's this morning gone for you and what have you most enjoyed?
Yeah, I think it's gone really well. I think the main thing that I'm taking away and the main thing I enjoyed today was just the mix of people in the room. So you had social enterprise, charity, along with the government services and business. And I think it's great that we can try and get a universal language, whether that's around the social value. And there was a lot of other things in there that we were all talking about where our values are all the same. And that felt really good.
Amazing. And are you looking forward to, we've already had people saying that they're already looking forward to next year's event. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, we chatted about it, that it's already got a theme and speakers in place ready. So I think building excitement for next year and just making sure that, you know, we talked about time and how long social value has taken to get into our vocabulary. And actually, when you have events like this, to keep them current and to make sure that they happen year on year feels really important.
Definitely go with that momentum which you're building now. So I really appreciate it, Leah. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you. Hi, I'm here with Richard. Richard really loved this morning so far and the content. I just wanted to find out how have you found the content this morning? What's really engaged for you?
I think having a cross section of people from the sector has been really valuable. You know, hearing from commercial businesses, hearing from people in the charity sector and the voluntary sector, and from social enterprises as well, is really valuable. And getting different perspectives on what social value is. And I think we're probably, in some ways, it's still early days. I think there are different understandings of what it is, and I guess the question for me is who's setting that agenda? Where's it coming from? Is it coming from communities or is it coming from businesses or local government? Because what social value means for one organisation may be very different to what it means in a local community. And if commissioning is being steered by social value, who's predetermining some of those outcomes? And how do we go about, so for me the question is, how do we go about moving power so that local communities have a role in determining what social value means to them in their community where they live in their own lives?
Absolutely love that, and I think you're right in regards to how you take that forward. So, Richard, what does social value mean to you?
I think to me it means giving back to your community. It means, as I said, people feeling like they have control over their own lives and they're making a difference to the place where they live. And of course that includes the social connections, it includes making a difference to the environment and longer term sustainability. But really, if we're going to address some of the longer term social issues that we face in this country, we as citizens have to be able to take more power and more control. And that's the conversation I want to see more of at community level, so more people feel that social value is part of their lives and who they are.
Amazing. And then I think that then helps us with momentum that we've had from today. I think everybody's saying the same thing as well about actually being able to sort of take that forward and feel like they also have a voice and have the power as well. So are you looking forward to next year's event already? I'm hearing lots of people say that today, which has been really good.
I think it's really important to keep the conversation going. And as I mentioned in the session, I just wonder whether, you know, to what extent the principles of social power are really important, but to what extent are some of the practices surrounding it, are they already outdated? And if we're moving towards a culture of more co-production where people take control over their own lives, that issue of predetermined outcomes doesn't work. So I think the question that we need to be having is, how do we create a more flexible and adaptable model that achieves the same outcomes, but perhaps doesn't follow the same rigid structures that we're currently working within?
Amazing. Well, there's some real food for thought there. Thank you so much for joining me, Richard. We appreciate the time.
So just do whatever yeah, that's great. Yeah, thank you. That actually worked really, really, really well.